today. All right, definitely, I will not just be recognizing just the executives. Every single person here today is important. So I also want to recognize um, Heleran Agro Farms Limited. Are they around? I guess they're around. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much. I also want to recognize Adebowale Yetunde Halima. Thank you very much. I'd also like to recognize Arowolo Olajide. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us, and thank you very much for coming on time as well. Please, you're part of the conversation. Please join in as we proceed. I also like to recognize Anid Ndon. Please, are you around? Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. I'd also like to recognize Ogunsawo Oluwafumilayo. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you today. I also like to recognize Inkechi Bolaji. Are you around? Thank you very much, ma. That's a very beautiful name. Thank you very much, ma, for joining us. I also like to recognize Idowu Ajayi. Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure having you today, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy every single process for today. I also like to recognize Chibuke Onyekwere. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. God bless you. I'd also like to recognize Engineer Duruke Chamberlain Osondu. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Wow, it's wonderful to see engineers part of us. You know, we have an MOU with the Nigerian Society of Engineers, and spreading the word and making sure that we are doing things right, especially within ourselves. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. I'd also like to recognize Playtech Innovations Limited. Thank you very much for joining us. I'd like to also recognize Sahid Adewala Ahmed. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. I'd like to recognize Shogunle Oluwafunsho Ezekiel. Thank you very much, sir. I can see your calculating from there. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I'll also like to recognize Adewumi Adeoshun. Adewumi Adeoshu, thank you very much for joining us. Is he in? Oh, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. I'd like to recognize John Bosco Ife. John Bosco Ife, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. And for this moment, the last person I'll be recognizing, not for today, but for just this period, the last person I'll be recognizing for this period is Christiana Festus Azuduigu. Thank you very much, Ma, for joining us. Of course, as we proceed, I would be appreciating other persons who will be joining us as we go on. Why I'm doing this is very important for you to understand that you are as much as important as as Palmrich itself, right? Palmrich, you own Palmrich, and you are the most important aspect of the product or the community. And today, just like I mentioned, we are here to make clarity. So as we proceed, it is not just an event to sit, it's an event to converse, to bring up concerns, to look into the future. It is your product, it is your land. You are the landlords, right? Let us look into the future of what this product holds. Let us forecast. Of course, we've done our very bit to mitigate all the future risks that we have seen. But definitely on your own end, let us hear what you have to say as well. It is very important that we carry you as long as the landlords of Palmrich. So very quickly, we'll be moving into the first agenda for today. And I'll be back here to appreciate a lot of us that are still here as soon as I get all of the names. I will be recognizing every single person, okay? And very interestingly as well, to scale up in Asset Rise or to scale up in any business in the world, you can't scale without proper structure anywhere in the world. You own a business, you own whatever it is that you own. If you want to scale, you need precision. You need structure, you need governance, you need alignment. So today, I know we've put this out many times, but very especially today to everyone here, we would be introducing the Asset Rise Holding board members, right? We would be introducing the Asset Rise Holding board members. And as the event progresses, we would understand the importance of this. Beyond who Asset Rise is, beyond what Palmrich is, the scale or the level we see ourselves in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, is beyond who the MD is or who the CEO is. And we have to put proper structure in place to make sure that we achieve that. And trust me, when you see the board members, when you read through their profile, you would be more certain that peace of mind is all that we have guaranteed you into the future. Because these are persons of timber and caliber, making sure that your ownership into Palmrich is safe, is secured, is scaling, and is very much profitable for every single person. So that's something that will be coming all along. That's something that will be coming along the way. So please, let's prepare for that, and let us sit back and enjoy ourselves. We all deserve it. So just very shortly, media, can you help me? I just want to play a video, right? So media will help me with a video very shortly, and I'll be back in the next, say, 2 minutes or so. But before then, please, let's relax. We have the Asset Rise team around, so if you have to ask any questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to any single person. We are here to answer every question or concerns that you have. And if you need anything, you can holler at anyone. Thank you very much. Media, please.
My name is Oluwadurotimi Ojamamoye. I'm the Group Managing Director of Asset Rise Limited and the President FLAP Co-op. It's my delight and privilege to appreciate you so much for your patronage and being our customer. You are the reason why we're in business, and we are glad that we are partnering with you on this journey. And we want to make it as symbolic as possible and also allay your fears. We understand what the terrain of investment in real estate is in Nigeria and in Africa. But with us, we hope and we believe God to rewrite that story. Our mandate at Asset Rise is to help you create transactional assets, not just assets, but assets that can be transactional in the future. And all our product lines have been defined in these specifics to make it realizable. Our vision is simple: to build sustainable wealth, alleviate poverty, and create a better future for all through asset ownership. Like we said, we want to help you create sustainable wealth. And we are on that mission to drive this through effective partnerships. Effective partnership with all stakeholders, effective partnership with our customers. And we love you, we appreciate you all the way, and we want to also make it a point of duty that you can call us to follow up on all your asset portfolios with us, and we are accountable to you anytime, any day. We appreciate you one more time, and we hope that this will be your journey to creating transactional and transgenerational assets with Asset Rise to make a better future for you and your family. We're going to be sending you our corporate profile so you can go through and study everything about us. We are also going to acquaint you with our board of directors, the entire management of Asset Rise, so you can understand the people who are managing the real estate portfolio. We hope that this journey will be beneficial and mutual for all of us. Thank you.
Some chase quick win, others follow fleeting trends. But history remembers those who built legacies that matter. Right now, Africa stands at a crossroads. Food insecurity is rising. Wealth remains concentrated. Arable lands are underutilized. The environment suffers while opportunities slip away. The need for a sustainable solution, one that secures food, creates jobs, protects the environment, and build lasting wealth has never been more urgent. But change doesn't happen by chance. It happens by choice. And the ones who step forward today won't just be witnesses to history, they will be the ones shaping it. The question is, will you be a part of the solution? What if you could be a part of a tribe, a community of landowners, visionaries, and change makers who are not just watching the future unfold, but are actively building it? Welcome to the Palmrich tribe, a family united by a shared purpose to create wealth that is sustainable, inclusive, and transformative. As a tribe member, you own more than an oil palm plantation. You champion food security, ensuring Africa feeds itself and beyond. You create sustainable wealth that serves generations and empowers communities. You restore the environment, building a future that thrives. You generate jobs, giving families stability and opportunity. You also drive accountability and transparency, ensuring every action counts. In the Palmrich tribe, no one stands alone. We support, uplift, and empower one another. And because you are a part of this movement, you enjoy exclusive perks, including premium healthcare packages, all expense paid travel, high value networking, and other luxurious benefits. This is the Palmrich tribe and rewarded for making a difference. Are you ready to be part of something greater? Join the movement. Let's build the future together.
I saw it as a different model from what I'm used to. So your land is appreciating in value. You are not ready to build there. At the same time, the trees are giving you passive income.
All right, that was very short. So it was an appreciation video appreciating every single one of us. More importantly, why I wanted that video to be played is because a lot of the times we hear, especially as landlords, we hear the Palmrich tribe, we hear the Palmrich community. But how many of us really understand the gravity of what the Palmrich tribe really is? It is not just another group chat. It is not just another community on your WhatsApp or every other platform you have it on. It is strategically created for future continuity of the project, accountability of the project, and transparency. It is a means for you to hold us accountable. It is an instrument of accountability from asset rise to you, the landlord. And what we've done beyond that is we've tried and we've been able to create a community around it where you are not just gaining from it as the landlords that are looking forward to, harvest and yield from your plantation. It is a lifestyle as well. It is a community. So for many of us who do not know, in this community, we have created a lifestyle where you are able to structure even financial intelligence around it. And just like the last health webinar that we held, we saw the truth is a lot of us, especially looking at data, looking at data, you cannot enjoy the wealth from your plantation if you do not have good health. And that is one of the reasons why we held that webinar. As important as it was for us to attend, it was also an instrument for us to understand the well-being of our landlords. And that event showed us that a lot of us really need to pay attention to our health. I was on the webinar as well, and I saw a lot of comments from the landlords talking about health issues. God forbid, it is not our prayers that landlords do not live to reap the fruit of their labor. Of course, we say it is a generational wealth thing, and your generation to come would enjoy what you've sown. But it is not a cause, or it would not be a bad thing for you who have sown that to also reap. So beyond the plantation, The Palmrich tribe is a community that helps put us together to enjoy other benefits of wealth that is not necessarily money. Health benefits, financial intelligence benefits, and very recently we are coming up with a system where if you have children, you can introduce your children to early financial intelligence, where they can learn how to start saving, where they can learn how to start investing, where they can learn how to be money-wise and put money in the right places. Also, we are coming up with a lot of other perks. Today, very importantly, we'll be launching a technological integration for the Palmrich working on my land. I'm not here. How do I understand my portfolio? So very importantly, the Palmrich project technology integration is going to solve all of that problem. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag, but very soon we're going to understand how that works. And the next week, the next month, we would all have pride to show our neighbors, our colleagues, our friends that you are on something that is very powerful, where you can, with the tap of a button, you can have your whole portfolio shown to you, even telling you into the future what your portfolio can create for you. Even telling you into the future how you can easily liquidate that portfolio. Because one of the problems we have now is a lot of people have assets that they cannot liquidate. And when you have assets that you cannot liquidate, it is because you have not structured the asset to be profitable to you. Very recently, we had a video from the group managing director talking about how people say investing in real estate is very profitable, but if you do not structure it, you get stuck. And that is the truth of it. So having the Palmrich tribe is not just to tell you how we are farming every day on your land, but it's a lifestyle and it's a community for transparency, accountability, and continuity into the future. But very briefly, before we move on to the other things, safety is also as important as everything I've spoken about today. Safety is very important that we have to also educate you. Even if you know everything, the next move you need to make in case of any hazard protocol, it's also very important that we let you know. And to help us with that, Mr. Ahmed, the representative for Marriott, will take us very briefly on the safety guidelines. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, all. Welcome you once again to Marriott Hotel Ikeja, 122 Joel Ogunaike. My name is Mohammed, and I'm from the Safety and Security Department. Briefly, here to reassure you that Lagos Marriott Hotel is safe with security and security procedures you have in place. Please, during the course of your events, if you hear the emergency sound alarm, we advise that you should evacuate the building immediately. Our emergency response team will communicate to you what the problem is and if it is safe for you to return back to the building. Our muster point is located on at the main entrance of the hotel. As you are driving in the main entrance, that's where our muster point is. This meeting space is on the lower ground, and the muster point is on the upper ground at the main entrance of the hotel. Please, when there's when the emergency alarm sound, we are not allowed to use the elevator to evacuate. All doors in this meeting room are emergency doors. Whichever door you take lead you straight to the muster point. And again, we have on this floor well-maintained firefighting equipment. We have our fire extinguishers, we have brake classes, we have water sprinklers, we have a fire curtain, as well as first aiders to assist, to give first aid. We also have fire warding, we have armed police officer in-house, and Area F Police Command is about 2 minutes drive away from Marriott Hotel in case if you need reinforcement for emergency. And that Duchess International Hospital is also on the same street with us, about 2 minutes drive away from here. If there's any need to evacuate someone to the hospital, all this are in place. Please, for your personal belongings, your phones, your laptop, your handy bag, we advise that you keep them safe, don't leave them unattended. It's a public area, we'll be having so many people coming in, so with different agenda. So we advise that you should keep your personal belongings safe. As the other man rightly said, security is everyone's problem. Your personal belongings, please make sure you keep them safe. See something, say something. Please also, if you notice anything unusual on this in this meeting room that I think is security concern, feel free to speak to me. I'm on this floor, and other of my colleagues. We also have our event guys on this floor, and we have our IT person. Whatever you notice that is unusual, please feel free to talk to us. Thank you. Please, if you have any question concerning safety and security that you want me to take. All right, if there's no question, please enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very brief safety protocol. Thank you, everyone. I can see the room is getting filled up already, which means we are ready to kickstart the program very quickly. On that note, I would like to recognize the presence of some of the other guests, some of our very important guests who have just walked in. I'd like to recognize the presence of one of the board of tribe members, executives for the Palmrich tribe, in person of Mr. Babatunde Ashogbo. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Thank you very much, sir. I'd also like to recognize another executive of the Palmrich tribe board executive, in person of Mr. Francis Ohimioba. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Thank you very much, sir. Also, I'd like to recognize our advisory to the board on regulation. She has been putting us on our toes since she came in, making sure regulations and compliance are top-notch. I'd like to recognize Miss Mary Udok. Thank you very much, Sama, for joining us. She's also the former DG for SEC, the Security and Exchange Commission for Nigeria. Thank you very much, Sama, for joining us. God bless you. I also like to recognize some of our partners who are already in. Partnering banks, Fidelity. Is Fidelity Bank around? Thank you very much for joining us. And I also like to recognize Providus Bank. Providus Adeyin, thank you very much, Ma, for joining us. All right. So very quickly, I want to say from where I stopped, Palmrich tribe is not just a channel or a group. It is beyond all of that. And we'll be finding out very quickly what all of that is today. But very importantly, just as I've recognized the executives and the Asset Rise Holding Board members, I'd like to continue recognizing some of our Palmrich members. Because just like I said, every single one of us is as important as the next person to the project, because you also own the project. And for everyone who is watching online, I'm sure we have over 1,000 persons now online watching. Yes. So since we have over 1,000 persons watching online, you can imagine the magnitude of the Palmrich tribe. And just like I said, it is not just a channel, it is not just a group chat. We are creating a community of landowners making a change in Nigeria. As we progress, we'll be listening into our representative from the Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research, understanding the gap that exists and the impact that we are creating as landlords. You might think you have just bought a property somewhere in Lagos, in Ekpe, in Ado-Duota, but really you are creating impact beyond what you think your money has bought. When you talk of community impact, when you talk of job creation, when you talk of insecurity in the country, because you can imagine on an 8,000 hectares of land, the number of persons we employ to work on that land, the number of persons making a living every single day for their family, for themselves, and for their future. So you are beyond owning a land, you are creating serious impact in the community. And as we progress and we hear the gap that exists, I'm sure you would understand the magnitude of the Palmrich tribe. I always jokingly say that we will stand to say the Palmrich tribe is the biggest association of oil palm landlord owners in the world someday. And we'll say this boldly and beat on our chest that we will create jobs that no other industry would be able to create. Because do we have the resources for that? Yes, we do. Do we have the capacity to do that? Yes, we do. Do we have the opportunity, the gap to do that? Yes, we do. So while others are looking at it as a problem from the government, we are looking at it as an opportunity to be profitable and also to create impact. These and many more are some of the reasons why the Palmrich tribe was created. So I'd like to move, and I just want the media to give me a very brief video. Is the video I requested for already? Thank you very much. So this is just going to be a very short 1-minute video, and I'll be back and we'll kickstart the project very quickly. And very quickly also, I want to say thank you to everyone who has joined virtually. I want to say thank you to everyone who has joined virtually. It's an amazing time that you're going to have. And don't worry, you are not excluded from all the conversations that is going to be happening here, because we are also going to be, virtually you'll be able to contribute to whatever discussion we are having here. We have top-notch technology to make sure we can read live chat, and we can also give responses to live questions as well. So please, if you're watching online, trust me, you are not excluded from the conversation. Okay. As we move along, are we ready? All right. Thank you very much.
As long as you want, it has been established that some palm trees can fruit for 40 years. In fact, some can fruit for 70 years. That's speaking of lifetime investment.
Whatever we are doing, the reality of this is that this is one of the most sustainable businesses that anyone can invest in.
The credibility of where I'm investing. Number two, the model of what I am investing in. Okay, not just the credibility, I have a lot of fantastic companies, but their model is flawed. All right. So those are two things that I consider before I make my investment decision.
One thing I consider when making any investment is sustainability. Investment or wealth building is not about quick returns, right? The returns can be quick and big and so enticing, but it may not be sustainable. So wealth is built through long-term sustainable returns. In the next 10 years, can these returns still be coming in? In the next 15 years, can my children, grandchildren still partake of them? So for me, that is paramount.
When you have a better awareness, you can make a good choice and have a better result.
Palmrich merges agriculture and real estate in a way that is quite innovative. What convinced you that this model was a value addition to your portfolio?
But with this model, it's very, very difficult for any community to come and take over a land that has some trees, especially economic trees on there, that is active.
What is long term? There's no get-rich-quick scheme when it comes to wealth. It's something that you have built gradually. And if I have to wait 3 years for something that will be feeding for 45 years, for 40 years, then my 3 years wait is worth it.
Investing with palm asset rise, and specifically the Palmrich model, has been rewarded.
The model sold by asset rise is different from other forms diagnosed. Why? They give you the right to have access to money sometime. So it's much better a model than some other forms of agri investment.
The investment is real, it's not fiction. I can decide to take my family, my mat, and go to the location and do picnic on my land. It's mine.
Having owned the largest stake in our Palmrich estates, what does sustainability mean to you in relation to your retirement plan and expectations from Asset Rise Limited?
Anybody in life, you begin to plan for retirement when you start work. How do you make it sustainable? You have to keep up to speed with what is happening, where your money is. You should know when to go out before everything comes. But so far, so good with asset rise. A steady rise that's been sustained.
I've learned the people on the board, they're people of integrity. I took my time to go through who they are and the people they are collaborating with. And I saw the essence is not just making money, but sustainability, generational wealth. So that is the impact that they're making, and that is why I'm in this team.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful video. And those are not staffs of Asset Rise. Those are stakeholders in the project, just like every single one of us are today. I'd like to recognize one of the board secretary, the Asset Rise Holding Board Secretary, in person of Mr. Barrister Tony. Barrister Tony, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Thank you very much, sir. So very quickly, just so that we don't waste any more much of our time, I'd like to bring up Engineer Williams. She's, like I mentioned earlier on, an executive of the board, the BOT for Palmrich tribe, and she'll just be giving us a speech on behalf of the executives today. Thank you very much, Ma, for joining us.
Thank you, everybody. Good morning. You're all welcome. Let me stand on existing, well-established protocol, because I can't mention everybody's name. Thank you so much. So I got this. I warmly welcome you all to this special gathering of distinguished members of our tribe. None of us is here by accident, but we brought together by divine purpose and a shared determination to belong and grow within the community. Each of us have made sacrifice along the way. I thank God for the gift of life, and I congratulate every one of you for being part of this tribe. From all we have seen so far, it is clear that it is worthwhile investing and a journey in the right direction. I must sincerely commend the management, especially the Group Managing Director, Mr. Rotimi Ojemamoye, and the entire staff of the Asset Rise Limited for their dedication and vision. In recent times, they have organized several impactful programs aimed at informing, engaging, and educating us on the immersive potential of agro-real estates. This initiative goes beyond mere land ownership. It provides an opportunity for the sustainability, returns, and long-term value creation. We have witnessed significant progress from the initial promise of 30% return to the current 60-40 profit sharing structure under the sustainable policy. This reflects growth, adaptability, and commitment to improving values for all stakeholders. I would also like to commend the introduction of the innovative and forward-thinking ventures, such as intercropping and cattle ranching, which are gradually being implemented to enhance productivity, and which outlines the 60-40 profit sharing formula. I trust that the GMD will provide further clarity and insight into this and other key developments. As we move forward, I am confident that more innovations will be introduced for our collective benefit. I encourage everyone to listen attentively and engage objectively so that we can arrive at a decision that are mutually beneficiary and sustainable for all. Thank you all for your time and attention. May God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. May God bless Asset Rise. May God bless Palmrich tribe men and women. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma, for that. Thank you very much. So just like I said, let's move along quickly. I'd like to recognize the presence of the chairman of the Asset Rise Holding Board, in person of Mr. Ngozi and Yango. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. God bless you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So very quickly, before I move along, I know I've just recognized just names. I'd like to call on the Group Managing Director of Asset Rise Limited to just come up and give us a little talk about Asset Rise, how we started, where we are, and the reason for scale. So very quickly, let me introduce Mr. Oluwadurotimi Ojamamoye. Please let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you. It's a privilege to be in this gathering and to have seated the movers and shakers of the Palmrich project, and also to have our board on seats across different organizations or structure. And in a brief, I'm going to take an introduction about Asset Rise and how we are structured into companies that operate as one holdings. It's a privilege to put up this meeting because it is necessary for us to define how we'll know you and how we will sustain this relationship into the further future. And we thank you for your time. Today is holiday, you're supposed to be resting in your house. But definitely, if we get this right, then we will rest more in plenty millions in the future. Thank you so much for your time. So Asset Rise Limited started operations in 2021, but we were registered back in 2018. And we started operating under a cooperative before we migrated into the full limited liability company of Asset Rise. And we started with a cooperative called FLAP Alausa Multipurpose Cooperative Society Limited. And it's my privilege today also to introduce to you highly represented with a cooperative mandate and the area officer. Please kindly wave your hand. Sorry, please, thank you. You can stand up for a great, thank you so much. So the cooperative is, the cooperative mandate in Lagos State is a big movement, and we have been in that movement for over 7 to 8 years now. We started by doing what we'll call palm oil vest. So I'm from an oil producing community, either crude oil or palm oil. All of them, they happen in my community. So I'm from Ondo State precisely, and I'm from Okitipupa local government. And I remember when I was young, I drive through the streets of my locality inside plantations. The then government of the Western region by Obafemi Awolowo established a 19,000 hectares plantation right in my village. And I play under the trees. And also I grew up with a father who owns massive acreage of plantation. He could neither read and write, but his wealth is very encouraging with what he had. And why do I have to give this background? So after schooling abroad, definitely my father died when I was 14 years, and all that we have to rely on to go through school was the wealth he has created with palm plantation. And I can tell you the good news that till today, 4 generations are still benefiting from that palm plantation. The plantation is still in existence, and we are still milling oil. And also, Okitipupa Oil Palm PLC has been in existence for over 40 years. They are recently back to the stock exchange after a long time of staying with a lot of mismanagement from government. And now, you can imagine after 10, 15 years of going moribund, the plantation came back and is still functioning now. And that makes me to boldly say that this is a business you can abandon for 10, 15 years and come back and the business is still alive. It's a very funny business. Please, you can clap for that. And their stock is on the stock exchange now performing well. after abandoning the entire plantation for years. So during that period of abandonment, I came back from the UK, and my inspiration coming back to the country is, we have so much wealth in here, so why should I be washing dishes? While I was in school, I remember the first job I took as a student was a potter. So I was posted to go and wash pan, baking pan, and I have to scrub. And I cried throughout doing that because I knew that my father had money in Nigeria. So why should I be scrubbing pan in the UK? So all that inspiration led me back to say, see, there is wealth in our agriculture. And I came back, met with the leadership of the October Oil Palm PLC. We rented a 99 hectares from them, and then we started producing oil. And then I came to Lagos to see, how can we expand this? So that led us to forming the cooperative. And then with the instrument of the cooperative, we will meet individuals and tell them, we can collectively buy off palm oil from the locals. And they use that money to immediately solve their children's tuition, solve other needs. And then we will wait for the off-peak period and sell this oil profitably. And I have a lot of witnesses in this place who participated in Palm Oil Vest. Our first investor was from Port Harcourt. He paid in 15 million naira. Until today, he doesn't know our office. He has never been to our office. And I'm sure definitely also Engineer Williams has been in Palm Oil Vest. Mr. Babatuga Yogo has been in Palm Oil Vest, and some other investors. And we can boldly tell you that the cooperative does not have any record of any default from our entire period of the Palm Oil Vest project. And that led us into further expansion to marrying the palm plantation business with real estate, which is one of the fundamentals of this meeting. And Asset Rise Limited became a functional company. We have today developed over 26 different estates in terms of real estate, but now done 9 estates on palm plantations. And across 8,000 hectares, this plantation span in 4 different states: in Ogun State, in Oyo State, in Ondo State, and in Lagos State. It baffles you to see that there is palm plantation in Lagos State, because we used to claim that there is no land in Lagos State. But very good, in our palm plantation in Lagos State, we have also been able to exhibit that to the state government. At our AREDS function, you saw the Honorable Commissioner for Agric boldly saying she has visited our farm in Lagos State, and where we have also delivered over 1 million tubers of yams cultivated within the palm plantation. And that makes us the biggest producer of yam in Lagos State. Thank you so much. And so furthering this movement, today we started Ekpe from scratch. Ekpe is now producing, and we are milling palm oil right in Ekpe in Lagos State. We are not just giving you news, just like the SDG of SEC told me yesterday. I want to visit your plantation. Ma'am, we will take you to the plantation and you will see the oil. Also, the Director of Research at the Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, he has been on the plantation, I think, some weeks ago. And not just been on the farm, he took harvest of the fruits, dissected, and he can boldly confirm to us all here that the fruits we planted are Tenera breed. True or false, sir? Thank you so much, sir. So the project is scaling in phases, and from Ekpe, we have been in Adodo, we have been in Ewekoro, we have been in Ibadan. The Ibadan plantation is also producing, and for 3 years consecutively now, a lot of the investors in this room, who can also bear us witness, have participated in returns from Ibadan. We have harvested, we have milled, we have sold, and we have shared. You have participated in Ibadan. Thank you. Thank you. So we have a lot of persons in diasporas who are also partaker of what we are doing with the plantation. However, Asset Rise does not stop at just the plantation. And that's why I'm here to introduce the entire body of Asset Rise. So we have Asset Rise Limited, functioning as a real estate company. We have Asset Rise Agro Services, that will company whose role is to manage clearing, cultivation, maintenance of the plantation, so that we don't have distraction from another company into another. And then thirdly, we have Asset Rise Fresh Meals. The mandate of Fresh Meals is to collect these fruits, set up the meal, process oil, and distribute. Processing and distribution is a different skill from farming. And that's why there is a different company managing processing and distribution in the name of Asset Rise Fresh Meals. And our future with that is to see how we can also produce FMCGs from whatever we are doing with fresh meals. Today, some of us buy our packaged oil. And please permit me to use the opportunity to advertise to you also that do not just consume every oil you see on the road. It is very poisonous and dangerous to your health. Buy refined and processed oil that you can trust. Because a lot of the roadside oil, you cannot trust how they were processed. You cannot trust whatever is mixed into them. So please order for your palm oil from Asset Rise Fresh Meals. Thank you. So, and then we have the technology company that makes sure that your reporting gets to you from from your palm. And we have My Asset Vault and Flap Africa, a different company also. We appreciate Providence Bank because we started the Flap Africa journey together. And today, we have over 4,000 persons signed up on Flap Africa. And Flap Africa is a technology-based system, making it easier for you to interact with us. And I will talk questions, and sometimes you don't even know where the documents are. Sometimes you don't even know where the estates are. Bush has overgrown them. We have created a wallet system and an app where you can log on. Even if you have estate in 10 different locations, you can see all of them at the palm of your phone, and then occasionally see their valuation per time. And also from the same community, if you want to sell, just put it on the group in the same community, and people who are willing to buy can make an offer, and then your money is credited into your palm also. So we have brought in technology to interact with how we can benefit from owning assets, strategic assets, from agricultural asset to residential to every form of asset. Now, we have also seen the benefit that this community can have beyond just the asset. And that's why on My Asset Vault and also on Flap Africa, we have the health package benefits, because building wealth without minding your health is futility. So we have a lot of benefit for everybody on the tribe to enjoy being in the community, and those benefits are powered with technology. So for example, we have our BNPL, which we're going to explain to you later. You can buy now and pay later. As long as you are on the community on the app, if iPhone 18 is out today, you don't need to take a loan. You can get iPhone 18 for your great-great-great-grandfather's head before you can enjoy the luxury of life. And so all these benefits are built into your asset ownership. So this is a dynamic community. And the reason for bringing this meeting together, one, is to introduce to you the people managing the community. Two, to introduce one another to the community. And three, to align every misunderstanding that we may have being together. So it's my pleasure to introduce to you that we have different companies and different boards, different management structure. However, for Asset Rise Holdings as a holding company bringing together all the other company, we have the chairman who is healthily represented in our midst, in the person of Mr. Ngozi Ayongu. Thank you so much, sir, for coming, sir. Thank you. And also we have other board members who we are expecting to be here. We have Barrister Ikoli, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, also a board member. We have Mr. Akinyemi, an ex-director with the Central Bank of Nigeria as a board member. We have our technical advisor, Mary Uduk, who is also the ex-director general of the Security and Exchange Commission, Nigeria. You can see the quality of the board. Please, can you appreciate us? Thank you. Why have we put together this quality of holdings in our board? Because number one, accountability is a must. So you cannot have Mr. Ngozi Ayongu with over 40 years banking experience. He's currently also the MD of AG Mortgage Bank PLC. So you cannot have this caliber of people and then we will misbehave. Our head is straightened to align with structure and to align with regulation and compliance. And these are some of the details we're going to be speaking about. So the board rightly advised us to do what is necessary and what is permissible by law. And also the board makes sure that our accounting process, both to our landlords, our investors, are accurate. Are we together? Also, lastly, on this introduction, I will like to make us know that beyond the board, we have functional sub-team or subsystems. Just as been introduced, Palmrich tribe is governed at 2 levels. We have a cooperative, the Palmrich Tribe Cooperative, registered by the Lagos State government, and we are going to talk more about that. Some of us are signed into Palmrich, and you are not even taking advantage of that. And the cooperative is a system that we have been in for a long time. So we also have the BOT for the Palmrich Tribe, so that the investors by themselves are looking at what we are doing for the year, to confirm all the palm oil we have produced, to see all the records, and also they can then send an external auditor to look at the books, so that when we present to you, you are not saying, oh, are you sure that you have not hidden like 40% before you are telling us the results? Because definitely in this part of the country, the most expensive thing here is trust, because a lot of persons have gotten their fingers burnt. And so we are not saying trust us. We are saying let's build a system that you can trust. I am a human just like you, and I can disappoint you. But when there is a system that we can both hold ransom, because the system is structured in a way to provide accountability, to provide reports, and then the system can operate with or without the human factor in between. And we also like to say that going into the future, the tribe is going to become a major movement. Not just a transaction thing. It's going to be a movement to power the agro-revolution in Nigeria. And we have started. And I can tell you for free that we have a lot of audience, both from the state, federal government, and every other areas that we can talk about. So, and who is powering this audience? It is you and I seated in this room who are first movers in this space. And I would also like to acknowledge that we have a lot of partnerships structured into our operations. And one of that, especially for the palm industry, is the Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research. They have been in existence for over 87 years. They have structured the oil palm revolution we are saying today. So if we tell you that we planted a palm tree and it's fruiting 3 years, the credit is not to us, the credit is to NIFOR. It is the special research seedlings that they have produced that is making sure that we have good quality materials and high production that can then become a supporting thing to your economy. Please, can you appreciate NIFOR for all that they do? And also represented, has been introduced several times, when we're not tired of introducing him, is Dr. Shegun. Dr. Shegun is in our midst. Thank you so much for being here. In February, you saw the CEO, Dr. Isong, was also at AREDS. Dr. Gold was in our midst telling us about NIFOR. So at this stage, we would like to appreciate you for coming, having an understanding of all that Asset Rise is about, and then we can go properly into the discussion that pertains Palmrich in particular. Thank you so much. And once again, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. Please let's put our hands together again for the Group Managing Director of Asset Rise Limited. Thank you very much. So let's get into the discussion of the day. We've heard about Asset Rise. We've heard about all the innovations and the reason why we are what we are and what we do, and the reason we do what we do. So very quickly, we'll move on to the panel session. And to host the panel session, I want to introduce the very beautiful Miss Oketokun Doinsola. Please let's put our hands together for her.
you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much. Now we're moving to the panel session, as you has rightly said. Thank you for the opportunity as well. Quickly, I'm going to be telling us the theme for this panel session, and then I'll be introducing our panelists as well. The theme is protecting value through clarity, compliance, and cultivating responsibility. Yes, please. The theme, okay. Again, the theme is protecting value through clarity, compliance, and collective responsibility. We all know that if we don't understand something, it's very easy for confusion to set in. And like he rightly said before we started, that we should make sure that behind whatever we're doing today, clarity is one thing we bag. And that's what this session is for. Securing the future of Palmrich. Clarity, compliance, and collective responsibility. Quickly, I would explain the objective to us. The purpose of this panel is to deepen stakeholders' understanding and strengthen alignment around Palmrich operating structure, governance framework, and long-term sustainability to the project. The session is designed to provide clarity on the economic framework of Palmrich, the transition from the 60-40 understanding the service fee structure, agricultural realities, and market-based outcome. These are the projections. Sorry, these are the objectives, rather. Stakeholder protections and compliance retirement, and the long-term future of the project. This is not a correction. This is not a forum for confusion. It's a forum for clarity, alignment, and strong collective understanding. The objective is confidence. The outcome is continuity. Thank you for having us, and I will be introducing our panelists now to share more light on what this objective is, and then we can all concentrate, and we can also have our questions, because we'll be throwing that out to listen to your perspective about this objective. Thank you. Our panel members, Ms. Mary Udok. Please let's welcome her. She's the former SecDec board advisor, asset rights. Focus is, what she does here is the governance, compliance, investor confidence, and stakeholder protection. Thank you very much, Ma, for being here. Please let's welcome Mrs. Udok. Our second panelist is Mr. Oluwadurotimi Ojamamoye. This is the GMD Asset Rights. Please let's put our hands together for him as we welcome him. Is the Group Managing Director. Basically, is the Strategic Director, Operational and Continuity of this amazing company and long-term sustainability. Thank you, sir, for coming on board. Please let's welcome him.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, and you are too.
Bankole, Mrs. Bankole, Cooperative Representative. Cooperative governance, structure, and members' interest. That's what she basically focused on this board. Please let's welcome her. Okay, thank you. Then Mr. Solomon Shegun, Director of Research and Economic Expansion, NIFOD. You're welcome on board, sir. Then we also have Mr. Dele Akinjo, Independent Trustee. Please let's welcome him. Trustee governance, institutional oversight, and compliance structure. You're welcome on board, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Very quickly, let me say Mr. Engineer Oyenuga is representing the executive board for the Palmrich tribe. So please, we're going to have in representing the tribe, Mr. Ashokbon. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. And also, representing the cooperative, we have the representatives of the cooperative. Please, can we have just one person from the representative come up? All right, please let's put our hands together for him while he comes up. He's representing the area officer for cooperative. Just like the GMD has said, they started with us because we started off as a cooperative. All right.
Thank you so much for coming on board. You're welcome, sir, and you're welcome, ma'am. Okay, yes, tomorrow I'll be fine. Thank you. Okay, quickly, to put clarity on why we are here today and the main reason we are here today, we're going to be asking them some questions and getting answers. Sorry about that. And getting clarity and answers. And to start with, I'm going to be directing this question to our GMD, sir. Stakeholders. And at this stage, clarity becomes very important for alignment and long-term success. That being said, sir, why is this assembly important as a platform for clarity and alignment at this stage of the project?
Thank you so much. Once again, we want to say thank you, everyone, for coming to the meeting. We notice that we are growing very rapidly. And one thing that is very dangerous is scaling without clarity. We need to establish with our stakeholders and define in proper alignment what they own, number one. Number two, how they own what they own. And number three, what their expectations are from what they own. And if we can define this and we all can understand this, then it is easier for us to scale, because growing into phases. Can you stop distracting me, please? Growing into phases without this alignment, growing into 10,000 hectares without this alignment is going to be a future crisis waiting to happen. So we are here to make sure that the people who are coming on the project understands what we're doing. And to buttress my point, please, whatever you do not understand, do not put your money in. It is funny that we want to do whatever we don't understand, and at the end, wait for EFCC to rescue us. But you can go through the record of EFCC. There is no rescue for anybody. Once your money is stocked in a system, the worst that can happen is that the person who is involved is jailed. Will going to jail bring out your money? The answer is no. Number two, most of us here, this is our strategic retirement plan. For some of us, is our investment towards progressive education of our children. And so, if this is so important that you have set out aside a lot of resources from all that you have earned and deployed it into this project, I think the number one thing that we should do is to own the project. And I'll repeat that. Is to own the project. Don't treat us in isolation and say, oh, they have promised this, and because their middle name is Jehovah El Shaddai, they shall deliver. Don't forget that no man is El Shaddai. Anybody that bears that title aside God, the person will soon die. So, in reality, we want to make sure that everybody understands what they own. So, the question will progress and we will define what exactly do we own. We will define how do you own them. We will define how does the economics of what we have projected happens and what comes to everyone. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you so much. That was a lot of clarity on ownership and knowing what you're coming into. You already said it. Now, building on that, because understanding the foundation of any system determines how people engage with it. So I'm going to be asking you again, sir. How does proper understanding strengthen trust, accountability, and long-term value for all stakeholders?
I don't think that question is for me. It should be for very unique.
Okay, so I'm going to be introducing Chidera as my co-host for this afternoon.
Beautiful ladies don't stand, so please come and sit down, please. Please come and sit. All right, thank you very much. Please come and have a seat. Please, let's put our hands together for our beautiful host. All right. So the second question, just as the GMD has built on, let me quickly ask this. And I want to direct this question to Mr. Ashokbon. And the reason is because being a stakeholder, you understand the value of why you're in the project in the first place and why there will be need for you to go have understanding of any project you're going into. So just as she has said, how does proper understanding strengthen trust, accountability, and long-term value for you as a stakeholder into the Palmrich Tribe project?
Can you give him the mic as a buffer while you get that on, right? Sorry. So you can go and turn it on.
Okay. The basics is life is about growth. And from growth, you are able to learn, make mistakes, and move forward. I've learned. I've gone through a lot of phases. I've lost in a lot of phases. I've grown. And from there, I got to know that you need to know the basics in investing. Thank God the SEC former DG is here. There's no investment I do that does not have a license with Security and Exchange Commission. Fine, I know asset rights is moving towards it. I studied the model. I studied the people on board. And I went as far as physically going there. Because the essence of investment is for maybe you need to pay bills or retirement. That's the first thing. And that's the breakdown of any person that wants to invest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So just as he has said, it's very important that when you have clarity, understanding if you're going into anything, you're putting your money into anything. I'm sure nobody wakes up in the morning and says, let me throw 100 million into whatever stock I first click on the stock exchange. So understanding the direction of a company, understanding not just the direction of the company, but your own personal direction. Where do you want to be? So very quickly, let me move on to the next question. And this is in relation to what you said, sir, because you said you have to understand every investment you make, right? And for Asset Rise, our structure is one of a 60-40 as is historically known. So let me throw this question to the Group Managing Director, of course, Divisionaire of Asset Rise Limited. So, sir, please, to the Group Managing Director, historically, many stakeholders have referenced the 60-40 structure, which is what I'm sure everyone has that clarity. Is there anyone that doesn't have that clarity of 60-40? All right. So since everyone has that clarity, let me ask this. Let me go ahead with my question. So the question says, historically speaking, right? Many stakeholders have referenced the 60-40 structure. Can you clarify what this framework was intended to represent when it was initially created? In terms of value allocation across land ownership and full cycle operation execution. So let us know, how did you come about the 60-40? Or did it just drop as an inspiration from the Lord?
Mike. So most of us have understanding of the 60-40, or most of us have missed understanding with the 60-40. I've had a lot of questions to explain what this stands for. And that is why this gathering is also going to explain more of that. At Ares, I boldly said, the Palmrich project is not a debt model. The Palmrich project is not a debt model. It is not designed to owe you It is designed for you to own it. And the ownership starts from, number one, instrument, the land. What do you own in the first place? You don't own the land for 30 years, because many investors will say, oh, you said a plantation can only fruit for 30 years. So after 30 years, what happens? And please, it's a dialogue. Note your questions. We're going to open up for us to conversate. The ownership is forever. It's long term. It's like you buying a normal real estate land, and then you are allocated. You have the papers, you own the land, it belongs to you. Number two, we are then saying that instead of you building a 4-bedroom duplex on this land, and then you want to rent it out to generate rent, let us plant trees on this land. And then you accepted that, oh, the purpose of this land and the design of this estate is that I will own the land, and then you will plant palm trees on the land. So, who owns both the land and the palm trees? Everything that is on your land belongs to you legally, both under the land, on top of the land, above the land belongs to government. Because when an aircraft passes through your land, you don't own the bill. So you own the land, you own everything under it, and you don't own everything that is on it. Number three, we are then saying that these palm trees that you own, let's break down the palm trees. Though we have knife for here, and they're going to be doing a lot of work on that. The palm trees is not just a cash crop. It's an industrial crop. And I mean, if you plant the trees and you just harvest the fruits, they'll be useless. Except it goes through industrial processing that then brings the value out of the palm fruits. So we are saying to you, don't bother to invest in a mill where you will be able to do this industrial processing. And I'll give you a very, that mill was a 6 ton per hour mill, right? And when was the mill established, sir? The mill, when was it established? 1980. So the mill has been in existence for a very long time. Now today, in today's currency, if we want to establish a 6 ton per hour mill, the minimum we have gotten in quotation is $4.5 million. Please convert that to Naira. Oh yeah, please convert. The minimum that can establish a 6 ton per hour mill is $4.5 million. So what we are saying to you is, after planting your tree, don't break your head in saying I want to go and establish a 6 ton per hour mill or any mill. We will do that with a different company. And now, number two, don't bother to come to the farm to say I want to go and harvest. Because some of us, we wear tie, we sit in skyscrapers. You don't even know where fruit is coming from. Some of us used to think that yam, we pluck it from tree, like our generation. So we are saying, don't bother. We will do all the agronomic practices from cultivation to harvest. Now, where does the 60-40 arrangement comes in? We are then saying, as the landlord, whatever we generate from this, your land, and the trees that are on it, children, you're distracted with your babe. Whatever we generate from this, your land, and the trees on it, we will share it with you. You own 60%, and we will take 40%. So, in a breakdown, why are we taking 40%? Which is the contention now. Most people are saying, you are taking too much. Why are you taking 40% out of my whole resources? Number one, don't forget that you only invested in the land and the plantation. Without the mill, your fruit will be useless. So we are bringing also a component investment of $4.5 million plus. And this makes us co-investors. You have the fruit, we have the mill. Let's use the Nigerian balance. Shell, Chevron, and most of the oil companies, When they came to Nigeria, the sharing arrangement was 60-40. You drill the oil, so you're asking where the 60-40 came from. It came from Shell and Chevron and Nigeria. You drill the oil, operate the mills. And to operate a 6-ton per hour mill, diesel will be crazy. Number 2, we will pay people to harvest your fruits because the trees cannot harvest themselves. Number 3, we will transport these fruits to the mill. Number 4, we will pay the workers that will prune the trees and maintain them all year round. And so we are going to coordinate all these factors that will make sure that you are be able to earn continuously from what you do. And that's why we have said, for this relationship to work, consider that we are also investing. And then we are operating on your behalf. So you can take 60%, which is a huge amount, aren't it? And give us, and security, God bless you, sir. You've been to the estate, so you can see most of our estates, we partner with armed security agents. So you see armed security officers on the site to avoid any invaders. So we're going to pay all these bills. So we are then saying, take 60%, we take 40%. And then we've broken down to you why we are taking 40%. But the 60-40% comes on net profits, which is another area that must be clarified. Why net profit? Number 1, because we cannot control the factors of production. Most of us bought into a Wekoro, right? You bought at a fixed price. But within the same year that you bought, Iran and America decided to do what they can do. And diesel jumped from 970 per liter to 2,000 naira per liter. That's a ×3 cost on delivering your land. Because without clearing the land, we cannot deliver it. But we cannot come back to you to say, give us more money. Because once we do that, there's going to be a crisis. And so in the future also, the mills will consume diesels. And we cannot come back to you to say, give us money to operate. So whatever it consumes at that time, clear, it is profit after tax most times you see. Because I say jokingly, most companies or no companies in the world will declare revenue and share revenue. If I share revenue with you, the company is dead. It's profits that we can share because revenue is generated in a whole. So why are we not taking 40%? I have highlighted why we're taking 40%, because the mill, all this coordination will come to us. However, the purpose of this forum is for you to ask and pieces why we are taking 40%. So that will come to you and you can answer and we can ask us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So just to understand, right, the 40% is sort of a service charge that they are paying to you, right? So every other cost will be taken out of the revenue, and the 40% is a service charge. Just as every laundromat abroad, Nigeria, if you go to a laundromat, you pay a service charge to use their equipment, right? But then if you want someone to help you operate that, you then pay another fee for in-house operation, right? So that's simply what it is. You're paying for the cost from revenue, right? And you're sharing the net profit, 60-40, and the 40% is the service charge. So very quickly, my co-host to go on with the next question.
Thank you very much, Chidera. Thank you, sir. We are experiencing a more defined structure, a shift in a more defined structure. Just to reassure stakeholders and align perspectives, sir, I'm going to be asking you a question. And the question is, how should stakeholders understand that this evolution is not to reduce the value, but to make it more clearer in a way that protects the value?
Thank you. So the number one thing that would have happened in this room is if we have come to you to say, oh, whatever you are supposed to have, we are going to reduce it by half. That would be a crisis. And the best time to avoid that crisis is now. So the purpose of this forum is not to reduce what you are having. And like we earlier said in the contracts, it pays you better that this project is not a debt model. It pays you better that we are not saying take 30% and that's what we are going to be giving you. So your entire plantation investment is 3 million. And then we are saying from this your 3 million, all we are going to be paying you forever is 30%. And why does it pay you? However, we do not even have the license to do that. Before Madam will sue me now and request for my license. We don't have SEC license to promise you percentage. So, the reason why we are now saying that it pays you better is that palm oil prices is subject to global markets. As of last year, December, we sold a 25-liter keg for 60,000, in some cases for 70,000. 2021, a 25-liter keg sold for within 15,000, thereabouts. So in 3 years from now, definitely the price will change. So maybe in 3 years from now, a 25-liter keg can sell for over 100,000 or 150,000. Now let's even speak the language. Per ton, as at now, I will ask the industry expert. Dr. Shegun, per ton as at now is how much, sir?
2 million.
So per ton of palm oil is 2 million, is about 2 million. And then we are saying on a hectare, we can get about 3 to 4 tons. So if we are going to get about 3 to 4 tons on a hectare, and a ton is selling for 2 million, you can do the mathematics, right? Are we together? So, but don't forget that in 3 years' time, it may not be 2 million error. It can go above, and I don't know, it may come below. But for the past 5 years, it has not come below. True or false, sir? The prices have been going up. So if I have tempted you and say, I am a selfish promoter, all I'm going to give you is 30%. That means when it's now selling at 5 million per ton, you cannot come back to meet me and say, change this thing. So it pays you that it is reality per time. Are we together? Okay. So the understanding that we then have moving forward into the future, please repeat the question in another clerk note.
Okay, the question I asked again is, a very important point is that Palmrich is not a debt model. No. How should stakeholders understand that the evolution is not reduction of value, but a clearer way of protecting value?
Thank you. So the entire evolution is to protect what you already own. And how is the evolution going to happen? Where the board of Asset Rights Holdings held a meeting and decided, or they are in the process of deciding what we should focus on and how we will protect the values of investors. And that meeting is not just a head think meeting. We have consultation with Cedros Group, who is boldly represented here by one of the directors, Mr. Dele. Cedros Group is a trustee company. And then a trustee provides, hello media, please, can you stop the noise? So the trustee model is simple. Instead of Asset Rights be the only person coming to you to say, we have processed only 1 ton this year, and everything that you have is 1 ton. There is a SEC licensed organization that can do that on your behalf. And because they are licensed by law, they cannot declare what is not. So they are going to monitor you on our behalf. And so you don't have headache to do your monitoring. So that dialogue is still on and a decision will be reached. Number 2, like we said, we were in a cooperative, and then the cooperative have a governance system that is independent. And every audit, every account is submitted to the cooperative regulator, commerce, cooperative, and investment, trade and investment. So we submit all the papers, they look through all that we have made, and then everybody can earn their dividends independently. So we are looking at ways to make sure that your value is protected and never to reduce your value. And we are looking at it in a very transparent way. And that's why we have today all the discussions around how we can protect your value and not to reduce it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that. Thank you. That's a lot of clarity. But to share more light on this is a very critical point that needs to be clearly understood. Why? Because many about, and that leads me to this question. A very important point is that Palmrich is not a debt model, like you rightly explained, sir. Can we clearly explain what this means for every stakeholder to understand clearly?
Okay, thank you. I hope I'm not going to be the one answering all the questions. Okay. Okay, I understand the flow so that we do it structure by asset rise, we finish, then we'll move to the regulatory concerns. So Palmrich is not a debt model. We have clearly stated that. And why is it not a debt model? What is a debt instrument in the first place? Engineer Williams gives me 10 million. And I say, this 10 million, I'm going to pay you back 30%. Right? And then I will return both your 30% and your 10 million. That is debt. The other way to invest is that Engineer Williams can say, oh, you have Palmrich. I will give you 10 million naira to own a stake in this project. And then you can declare return to me over years. That's another instrument of investment. However, that instrument will need regulation. What we are then doing now is to say, you are buying a real estate asset, just like you are buying a house, and you are renting the house that you have bought out to generate rent. If you buy the house, the person you are buying the house from does not owe you. True or false? The house becomes yours. So in Palmrich, you buy the land, you own the land. So we are not owing you because we have delivered value. We will only be owing you if we cannot deliver the land and deliver the trees planted on it. And then structured into the future, all that we have explained that makes it not a debt model. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, sir. That's crystal clear. So now let's clearly separate these two ideas. And I'll be directing this for participants who believe they entered with a debt model expectation. Why is this structure the fairest and most responsible approach to them?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by, first of all, congratulating the Asset Rise team and your subscribers for what you guys are doing. I think for us as consultants looking out and looking at what you're doing, we're very impressed with the model. More importantly,
he's a big man, so he talks.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yes.
Yes. Luckily, I haven't answered the question. So I was just saying what an excellent you've put around the organization. Like the MD said, any long-lasting organization always have one thing in common, which is institutionalization and corporate governance. And with the recent board setup, some of the partnership that the company has entered into with organizations like NIFON, you can tell that they have the intention to do it right. The MD has explained a lot around why this is not a debt model.
I think a simple way to explain it further is to see this as an asset acquisition with a lease to, with a farming initiative to it. And under that scenario, it becomes very difficult to contemplate a debt model. Because from day zero, the first thing that is clear, thank you. The first thing that is clear is that you have an asset that you have acquired. So you're owning an asset from day zero. That asset is your own, is in your name. And you own it, I think at the minimum in Nigeria, I think it's 99 years that you own that asset. So that is the first part of it. And the other side of it is, of course, the profit sharing that comes in. Now, there are, in addition to what the MDS, I think, has answered this question, but just to add some other things to it is, the profit share model, amongst other things, allows for you to enjoy upsides. Of course, your return may not be linear. It might be a certain period where it's low based on what the global market is, but it allows you to enjoy the upside that comes from the business. That's number one. Number two is typically when you buy shares on the stock exchange. So Cedros is a capital market operator. We have an asset management, we have an investment banking, and then we have a trust team. So we deal a lot with capital market businesses. When you buy shares on the capital market, there are two major ways that you make money. There is the dividend that you earn, which in this case, capital gain that comes from owning shares. So if you, for example, if you bought MTN when MTN came out 3-4 years ago, I think it was about 200 naira, around 900 naira. So at any point in time, if you want to sell that share, apart from whatever dividend that MTN may have paid you, you're also going to, you'll have what, 4 or 5 times increase your return. So, in addition to what he said, the fact that you're going into this it's in your own interest to go into it under the equity structure, asset ownership, as well as the profit share model. And imagine a land sitting about 30 years ago, and this farm was sitting there. You may well decide with whatever profit that the company has paid you or that you've shared, that at some point in the future, it becomes a valuable piece of land, and then you're selling for 100 times. Is right on the path that they've taken, which is to put this to you as a profit share. I think for you as investors, it's a take a long that may come from owning the shares, owning the assets. Thank you.
Now, from what you've said, I picked up something very, very interesting. Performance-based, right? And this means that as much as the company, as much as the yield from the plantation is doing well, it increases, just like you mentioned or you compared with stocks from MTN, right? From 200, of course, the company was doing great and is at 900 now. And this begs a question, because I've walked into rooms with a lot of investors, and questions they ask me, one question that is never missed in a room, whether you're speaking with institutions, you're speaking with HNIs like yourselves, that is one question that is never missed. How guaranteed are the returns? So I want to ask Mr. Ashoboy a question as an investor, as a stakeholder, because I'm sure you asked that question as well, right? And that begs to understand how much of due diligence you need to do your own self when you are going into anything. You don't just throw money like we said in the beginning. So the question goes as though Palmrich performance is based on agricultural yield and prevailing market prices. It's model. Can you help us with that, sir? So it's just one question. So it says Palmrich performance is based on the agricultural yield. That's how the performance of the plantation is what guarantees the yield, right? So and also based on that, another thing that also determines is what the market is saying. That is why it is not a debt model, right? So now, why must this object
the project, life, I'm always talking about life. Life is about air. Living, we can't do without food. And as he has said, Presco, Okomu, there was a time the yield was very low. Now we are enjoying the capital appreciation. And for agric, especially for oil palm is when you have the trees, it's not only the oil that gives the funds, but some other things, processing in health, in furniture, a lot of things. So I believe oil palm is something that is continuous. It's something that will always outperform whatever other cash crop. One is lasting. Even if there's fire, it will still, once there is rain, it will come up. And we all, in all households, we all need oil palm oil to cook and do a lot of things. With this, then I want to ask a question before I forget, sir. I was thinking that would the asset rights holding, would they create an interface where you can have a sale transaction between the tribe? Asset rights holding. Would they create an interface where you can have a sale transaction within the members of the tribe?
A sales transaction?
Yes, in which my land has appreciated.
Okay.
And I want to send my boy abroad to school.
Okay.
Then I would like to sell my investment.
Okay.
Would there be a medium for that?
Okay, that medium may be very dangerous if we say yes. So for now, it is open to you as an asset owner. We've had people who sell their ekpe. I mean, is Mr. Shego in the house? Okay, and other investors that I know, they bought ekpe at 700,000 naira per plot. Last year, Mr. Shegun sold ekpe for 5 million per plot. And ekpe was just a 3 years window of development. But he sourced for his buyer by himself and sold. So that is why we have now created a technology around it. That if you want to send your child abroad and you want to sell off your land, come on the app and there's peer-to-peer selling. Just release your interest to sell on the platform. Someone will indicate an interest and buy. Number two, we have a realtorship group internally of over 7,000 realtors who are selling for us. And then we're in partnership with BROG, the biggest realtorship group in Africa, with over 100,000 realtors. So if you indicate to sell, we can drop it on the BROG platform, drop it anywhere, and once anyone indicates interest, they pay you directly. It's your asset. It's like you wanted to sell your land in the Ikeja GRA now. It's your land. You are free to sell it. If we then say, oh, whenever you want to sell, asset rights, we sell it for you, and we sign to that. It's also to become you give us a notice that you want to sell, we can help you push it out to our community, and you get your value. And it does not stay for so long. We've had a lot of investors who sold within a period of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that. So just very quickly, before we go on with the panel, sir, if you're not okay, please just wave. That's very good. That's the reason why we are in an environment like this. So very quickly, let me just do this announcement. Thank God we are not in motion. You would have heard something like, if you drive Corolla Combo, they go to break your glass. So please, if you will have this car, a cock, thank you. All right, please moving on. So my co-host will be taking the next question.
Thank you. I think this is where a lot of people need deeper understanding. And my question is, from an test of an oil palm project like Palmrich. Yes, I'll do that. Do you want me to take it again, sir?
The question again?
Okay. From an agronomic and plantation management perspective, What are the major realities that determines the success of an oil palm project like Palmrich?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. No, the Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research. Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research has its headquarters in Benin to be with us. And I want to express my happiness that I have the opportunity to be here. Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research has been, and it's about 7 years now. I have spent 5 good years of my life. Out of that, 87 years with the Institute. You know.
Wow, wow.
So I don't know why this kind of model is coming up so late. It's something that I thought would have come out a lot before now. So I want to commend Asset Rise for coming up with that kind of idea, because if we have started this earlier,
Thank you, sir.
I am sure that apart from people having some very laudable investment, it will have improved oil palm production generally in the country. Probably it will have taken us back to where we were before. As of today, we are the 5th largest palm oil producer in the world. We used to be the number 1, but somehow we fell to the present level at which we are now. I wish this kind of thing had started earlier. I'm sure that we would have gone a lot further. So that is the first thing. For a project, for a model like this to survive, certain things must come into place. The first thing is structure, which we have been talking about since the beginning of this program. The second thing is innovation, and that is where we come in as a research institute. Innovation in the provision of various technologies in improving oil palm production. And it is good that Asset Right is recognizing that science is very important for the progress of the model they have in place. All right. So when you talk about improvement, sustainability in oil palm production, the first thing is what you put on ground. Because first of all, you have the land, thank God. Then the next thing is the planting materials. What you put on ground is the number 1 most important thing. You have a lot of adulterated materials out there. The Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research, the wild palms you see around, at best, will start producing after about 7 years. And maximally can give you about, if it is too much, about 3 tons of fresh fruit bunches. But this has been improved upon. 1, the gestation period has been reduced to 2.5 to 3 years, as against 7 years. And then secondly, the yield from 1 hectare per hectare, 1 hectare in a year, 1 hectare per year of the wild materials you see out there, at best again, can be just about 1.5 tons of fruits per hectare per year. But what we give out as of today, the first material, we have 3 types of materials. We have we call them extension work seeds, which is EWS. The EWS 1 can give you up to about 20 to 22, 25 tons of that fresh fruit, but from 1 hectare, which is about 150 pounds in 1 year. And if you process this properly, it can give you up to 3 tons of palm oil in a year. Now, we have another 2 varieties that we just released. We call them EWS2 and EWSV. EWS is extension work seeds. The EWS2, because we realize that these days land is becoming scarce and people are moving towards the north central zone to acquire land to farm. This particular crop I'm talking about have some level of drought resistance. That does not mean that it can grow around us here. Down that way, because of the drought resistant variety, properties, it is very good for those such area. And if you grow them around here, it can give you up to about 30 to 35 tons of fruits per hectare per year. All right. If you look at all this improvement in what we're talking, it's a very good investment for you to go into innovation. So I don't think it's a wrong thing or it's a. All right, so we have a third one, which we call the EWSV. The V is virescence. Virescence means green, okay? So if some of you are familiar with the oil palm, when the fruits are not ripe, if you look at the tree, the fruits will be green. But by the time it ripens, it becomes a normal reddish fruit that we process. So the idea is that people have some medicinal properties. Yeah, it has very high yields, as high as 30 to 35 tons per. So, what I'm saying in essence is that if you consider is what you put on ground, and it's looking at science to make progress, to get people to improve on what they are doing in terms of investment in the oil palm. Now, apart from the planting material, the second thing is your management procedure. Okay? We talk about best management practices. This is where a lot of people miss it. Because, to be very frank, going into oil palm cultivation can be a little bit expensive at the initial stage. Because for the first 1, 2, 3, you are investing, you are putting in money. For you to start getting anything out of it will take you about 3 years. And when you start getting you don't get to 20, 25 tons immediately. The yield starts growing, but by the time you get to your 8th, 9th year, the yield will have standardized at the peak, which is going to be that 25, that 30 I talked about. Okay, so I want us to understand that very well, because people will just believe that immediately you plant, after 3 years, you start reaping like that, but it's like a progression until about that 8th, 9th year when the yield stabilizes. Okay, and all these are very, very. The most important thing is that you should ensure that you have best management practices. If you need to weed, you weed. If you don't weed, it will have a must apply fertilizers. If you don't, fertilizer you don't apply this year, if you apply fertilizer this year, you have the full effect of that fertilizer you apply this year in the 3rd year. So if you miss a year, you know the implication. So all these practices are very important. And then finally, the processing. Okay, this is how to look at it in terms of sustainability. Okay, I was very happy when I heard the GMD when he was talking and he said, look, the production is going to be a different company, while the processing will be a different company. That is perfect. So that everybody can act, it gives room for the structure. The second thing is the innovation. Then the third one is the sustainability. Sustainability is what I was talking about in terms of ensuring that you carry out best management practices, ensuring that all you need to really succeed. There's the issue of transparency. There must be the issue of transparency. The GMD has talked a lot about that transparency, how everything is supposed to work out, how the issue of 40, 60%. That transparency is very, very important for this project to succeed. And if the whole process is thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was extremely educative, and I'm sure that we're able to get a lot from it. You also mentioned what our next question will be. You talked a bit about the risk. I want you, sir, to elaborate on the risk, because yes, beyond doubt, we know that there are a lot of opportunities that this comes with. But beyond the opportunity itself, there are some reality that sets in. And these realities are this risk. I would be asking, what agricultural risk must every serious stakeholder understand long term? long-term palm oil investment, including the weather, the planting cycle, the maturity timelines, the disease management, yield fluctuation, and market realities, sir?
Well, you have partially answered the question. Okay. The first thing, when you talk about risk, all of us are aware of the recent shift, this climate change thing. By now, the rains are not falling the way they're supposed to be falling. Maybe rains are falling in Lagos, but if you go to other parts of the country, even on your state, the rains are not coming down yet. We are supposed to be in full rainy season as at now, but there's a shift in all this. So the whole project, the whole exercise is subjected to the vagaries of the climate, natural climate. That is the first thing. Then the second thing is the issue of, I've talked about climate, planting materials. I think that one is taken care of, so I don't need to talk about that again. We should talk about the yield potentials too. If we don't do what we need to do, all this can actually affect the project. And apart from this, you talk about processing. If you don't have good quality processing facility on ground, you are sure not to get the best out of your investment. And this has to do with the extraction rate, because when you have the oil, because your money is actually always on the tree, because if you don't harvest at the right time, you don't process with the right quality equipment, you will not get the best, the optimum or the best out of your investment. So these are very serious issues. Then another thing is the price fluctuations. Is for the oil palm, you have the peak season, you have the lean season. Peak season is when you have more of the fruits, and the peak season is when it occurs every year. Because of this, there are usually price fluctuations. These are issues that could form some level of risk for oil palm production. I think generally those are the major things. There are the issue of theft too. That is where security comes in. Because if your farm is not protected, in fact, if you go to Okomu, they have battalions of soldiers in their plantation. Because people come across the water to harvest. You will just come, you see that the whole section is harvested and all that. And at times, people come in the night, they come with guns to plantations to harvest fruits and all that. Security is another issue. So once all these issues can be taken care of, I think we are good to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for that insightful information. So I want to move on. Let me quickly ask this question, because getting to understand all of this, I know there's a lot of pressure put on Asset Rise, especially in delivering projects. And this is where relation between stakeholders and Asset Rise, that's the reason I'm asking this question. You see, there are people that pay today and expect, allocation tomorrow. There are people that pay today and expect results tomorrow. Because nobody wants to feel like they've tied down money for so long and, no result is coming out of it. But you're listening to you, sir, I'm hearing a lot of risk that if you don't fertilize this year, the fertilizer that you fertilize this year would affect the third year. So everything has to be done gradually. Everything has to be done with due process. And this takes a lot of time. Especially in Asset Rise, we've emphasized that we cannot plant if it's not the raining season, right? And this has, of course, led to some delays in allocation. Not because we intentionally do not want to allocate you, but because we know if we allocate or if we plant those trees during the dry season, by the third year or by the second year, when you are expecting returns or when you are expecting to see fruiting trees, you'll be seeing dead trees. So which is better, to wait for the rainy season or to plant during the rainy season, and you would reap properly? So that goes to my next question very quickly, and I'll throw this to Mr. Ashogbosa. As a stakeholder, right? As a stakeholder, why is patience essential in a project like this? And why should stakeholders focus more on sustainability rather than short-term expectations?
When you talk of investment, this is not, what do you call it, this Ponzi
It's not a Ponzi scheme. When you talk of investments, investments take time. And for you to have your yields from investment, you have to be very patient. Sustainability is not a short-term word. Even sustainability means something that will stay a while. But sustainability is a long word. Maybe that's why it's a long word. So for any form of investment, I will advise we look at the long term. There's nothing, even in business, except when you have to buy and sell immediately. Investment is about time. So our advice, and as an insider, a tribe member, that we should look into the time that we are able to hold on and watch the process, that we do the right thing, the right planting. From there we can have maximum yield. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So time is also an aspect of investing, and you must keep to that, or you must have that patience, time, understanding that is very important if you are investing anywhere, be it Palmrich, be it wherever you want to put your money in. Time is very important, but very, 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 very important, right? Because this just came to mind. If we're gonna have patience in any investment or in any project we're putting our money into, you see, the thing with time is, once you feel like your money is tied down, you are scared. How do I know it is safe? How do I know, how do I know I am secured? How do I know I would get results from my money in the next 2 years, in the next 3 years? I'm sure a lot of us who have keyed into some of the asset rise project, you are just waiting patiently. Let 3 years come first. That's what a lot of us are doing, right? That's what a lot of us are doing. So that is it's very important for us to understand that before this third year, structures are being put in place to make sure that stories are not told in the third year. And just as the JMD has said, that is why the board was set up with very prominent persons. So I want to ask a question. I want to throw a question to Mr. Daly. And this question, beyond this time now, certain models or certain structures are put in place. And just as a trustee is, the trustee has the interest of the people, right? So let me just ask, and for the people who do not know, can you please explain what a trustee is and the advantages in very simple terms to stakeholders and to the persons it protects their ownership?
Okay, no, I think this is working. Thank you. So, a trustee is a custodian, someone who has and holds a fiduciary responsibility to a group of people. That's the general definition. But within the context of what Asset Rise is doing, a trustee is a SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission licensed custodian who are, amongst other things, supposed to manage interest of a collective group of people. In this case, the asset owners and the investors. Now, under this scenario, what are we, as trustees, what are we supposed to do? The MD already alluded to the most important one, which is to ensure that we act on your behalf. So, there are a number of processes involved. There's the land that needs to be acquired. There is the title that needs to be vetted and ensure that it's transferred properly to the landowners. There is now the process where you go through the farming, the seeding, the cultivation, the maintenance, together with the technical partners. The trustee is supposed to help you monitor that process. If they say they need 2 bags of fertilizer and they've applied to bags of fertilizer here, the trustee on your behalf, the investors now, ensure that all of those things are done. Now, at the end of the year, if the company says that we harvested 2 tons of fruits from this plantation, on your behalf, the trustee is supposed to be able to verify that. working with the company and the technical partners. Now, I think another layer that, the company I know they are working on and thinking about is also having a process where, at the end of the day, if that is sold for 100 million or 10 million or 20 million, there is another independent party that is on your behalf. Now, our responsibility is to the investors, and we are governed by SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, which means we hold a higher level of independence to ensure that all of those processes are put in place. Now, the entire process of that is what, frankly speaking, it's all about corporate governance, independence, and I like what the lady said earlier about collective responsibility. So, I think a layer beyond what Asset Right is currently doing is bringing in a trustee to act on behalf of a collective group of people. Think of it as, cooperative, but with a higher level of, power that is given to that entity by the Securities and Exchange Commission, and it's all to the benefit of the investors.
Very much, sir. Please, let's put our hands together for that explanation. So why I asked that question is I wanted us to understand what a trustee is. And before the third year where you start tapping your feet on the floor, right? It means Asset Rise is forward thinking to give you peace of mind before that third year, right? And that is why the board is sitting on decisions that would help place these structures and protect all of us. So you also mentioned the cooperative, right? And let me just move on very quickly. The cooperative in itself, because the current model for the Palmrich tribe is registered under a cooperative currently, right? And I just want you to explain to us, why do you think that position was taken, and what does the cooperative do, right? So you have landlords that own plantations, and they are under a cooperative registered under the Lagos State, this thing. So how important is this, or what role does the cooperative play?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to start by saying that agriculture is a major driver of economic growth, food security, employment generation, rural development in major economies and in developing economies in the world. Oil palm holds a strategic position in its wide application of use of food processing, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, household products, etc. And when we look at what cooperative has to give to such an institution like the Oil Palmrich tribe, cooperative brings a long-term structure, because we all know that oil palm requires many years of planning, planting, harvesting, maintenance, and coordinated management before you can be able to achieve a substantial result. And because of this, it's important that we don't just focus on landowners alone. We have to focus on organization, coordination, governance, accountability, and sustainability. And the best platform that you can help position such an institution is the cooperative, because it's an organizing body, it has a coordinated structure, and it also has the management framework. How does this work? It works through different layers of the cooperative accounting. We have the trading layer, which has to do with stock and inventory management. We have purchase of goods. We have sales of goods and products as well. Then we also have the operations layer in the cooperative. We also have the equity layer in the cooperative, where members have to take ownership of the cooperative. Cooperative is member controlled. And how the cooperative helps the Oil Palmrich tribe is that collectively, as landowners, you purchase lands individually. But the cooperative, if we look at the definition of cooperative, cooperative is an autonomous association of people who come together with a common bond, like minds, in order for us to be able to meet our socioeconomic needs. And so for us to be able to meet our needs, our operational needs, our maintenance needs, because if we look at the layers, if we look at the life cycle of oil palm, we will see that there is the maintenance stage, there is the planting stage. We have different stages, which takes about 30 years. And so because of this long-term structure, you need a structure like the cooperative, because cooperative is perpetual. It doesn't die. The operations in cooperative is that you have to contribute, you have to participate in the process, and what one person cannot achieve, collectively we can achieve it. The operation aspects, you have to deal with transportation of some of all these your goods. Individually, you cannot foot such cost on your own. And so you need people to come together, pull funds together to be able to achieve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that clarity. So a lot of us here, cooperative, the Palmrich Tribe Cooperative, this is what it is put in place for. Continuity, longevity, and collectiveness. Okay. So I want to move on to the next question. And very important, everything I've heard from all the conversations I've had today is structure and is compliance, right? And this is what would help any project scale. This is what would help any project be sustainable into the future. Just as we've said, sustainability, long-term, and to be able to withstand whatever political, whatever policy that is going to come in the future or that exists now. You need to be compliant and to be regulated, right? So let me ask this question, and this question I would throw to Ms. Mary Odok. From a compliance standpoint or perspective, why is compliance itself a form of protection to stakeholders?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to meet this group of discerning investors, because it is only discerning investors that would go into Mr. Rotimi's business by not knowing what to expect tomorrow. So I'd like to say congratulations. I'm really yearning to be one of you. So we're talking about everything we're talking about here without being compliant. It's nothing. From what Mr. Solomon spoke about, from cooperative, everything about life is compliant. Even sleeping and waking up is compliant, because if you're supposed to sleep and you do not sleep, you're not compliant with nature, and therefore you have issues. So what is compliance? We should start there. Compliance is obedience to rules and regulations that guides life itself, that guides organizations, companies, and the rest of them. A lot of companies, for instance, the capital market, where I'm very familiar with, is a very highly regulated industry. And we work, we breathe, we live regulation and compliance. And therefore, if you want to come into the capital market space and you are not ready to be compliant to the rules and regulations, that governs, the capital market, be it as a capital market operator or a listed company, on the exchange, that means you are not ready to play in that industry. And a lot of people have, a lot of companies, even in the banking sector, you used to have many banks, and you wake up one day, central bank will, collect their licenses back, and put it back in their vault and say you can no longer operate, and what are the reasons? Because you do not comply with A, B, C, D, E. So to talk about this subject, I had to put my thoughts in writing, because sometimes even when you want to say certain things, including my name is, I put it down, just so that I will be able to properly process my thoughts. And in this, I want my thoughts to be properly processed. So I'll start by saying that compliance is not merely a regulatory obligation. It is a core governance function that protects the interests of all stakeholders. Without compliance, the interests of all stakeholders cannot be protected, including investors, like you cited here, clients of the company, and regulators, and the company itself. That's how important compliance is. A strong compliance framework enhances market confidence. Without compliance, market confidence cannot be enhanced. Operational integrity, there will be no operational integrity and long-term sustainability, like somebody said a few minutes ago. While weak compliance exposes the organization to risk, such as financial risk, legal, and reputational risk. For instance, if Asset Rise did not have a good reputation of delivering, doing what it says he would deliver at so and so time, and it delivers, you don't have any problem, none of you would want to put your money. So that means that Asset Rise has a good reputation when it comes to the business that they are doing. Sometimes a company could face existential risk just because of non-compliance of rules and regulations. I recall in those days, as an officer, a senior officer at the commission, there's certain market operators that will submit applications, bring applications to the commission. We already know that these are people, or these are a group of people that do not comply on rules and regulations. These are people that you have to, like I used to tell my staff, I'll say to them, you need a microscope to review that application that has just come in from so and so and so. So if you are identified as a company that is not compliant on rules and regulations, regulators put their eyes on you. You may not know, they may not tell you. So compliance is very important. So why is compliance a form of stakeholder protection? That was the question you asked me. So for investors or stakeholders, compliance ensures transparency in financial reporting. I'm very sure that if Asset Rise do not have a good reputation in financial reporting, none of you will go near it. It protects against fraud and mismanagement, fair and equitable treatment of all stakeholders. All of you seated here, nobody will say, person A or B is better treated than person C or D. You feel that you are all fairly treated. You get the same information. When you pay, you get your land as and when due. In the capital market, oversight by the SEC, compliance reinforces disclosure standards and governance discipline. For clients or customers, compliance frameworks put in place by the company safeguards clients' funds, enforces product suitability and risk disclosure. It prevents misleading representations. Risk disclosure is very important. Like some of the documents that I have seen from Asset Rise, they tell you what Asset Rise is not doing. And they tell you, for instance, that you cannot say, at the end of this period, you must get A, B, C, D, E. They also tell you about the negativities, that you may find. For instance, if there's no rain, like he said a few minutes ago, if there's no rain, your crops may not produce, and so many other things, like if there are insects, cost of things, and all of that. So all of these are things that complies, with a good company, complies on them. Institutions such as the Central Bank, EFCC, and global bodies like FATF, you have heard about FATF, impose compliance standards to prevent systemic risk in financial institutions, combat financial crimes, and maintain orderly markets. For employees and internal stakeholders, compliance ensures ethical conduct standards. Clear internal controls are put in place to ensure accountability, protection from legal exposure arising from corporate misconduct. I'm sure if I come to your company or asset rights company, I'll see various departments, some departments cannot go into the other department, particularly departments that are that are in charge of funds. Access to such departments is limited. You have to be very careful. And then also department that holds information. You have to be careful that information that you do not want outside does not go out. So all those structures must be put in place. And then for the organization, compliance protects the firm by reducing regulatory sanctions and penalties. It preserves licenses and approvals. I recall there's some very powerful market operators that did something very, very wrong. Very, very, very wrong. They did what they were not supposed to do. And they were expecting that their license would be taken away from them. There was nobody, and when I mean there was nobody they did not send to SEC, I mean there was nobody they did not send to SEC. Their board members, their presidency, traditional rulers, everybody. So non-compliance with the rules and regulations can remove all the gains that you have gained over the years and destroy all the work that you have done. It safeguards brand reputation and investor confidence. If your company does not have a good reputation, of course, investors will not also have confidence in your company. So the implication for the organization is that compliance should be viewed as a value-preserving and value-enhancing function, not a cost center. Some people feel that, if I comply with this rule and regulation, I'm spending too much money. Okay, so if you're spending too much money, try losing confidence. Try losing the confidence, of your customers or your clients and all of that. Weak compliance increases cost of capital and regulatory scrutiny. Weak compliance. So strong compliance supports scalability, support investor trust and product credibility. That is why you keep hearing every week these days. I notice that NAFDAC has one program or the other, trying to ensure that the products that comes out are products that have credibility and people do not get hurt about them. Then key risk of weak compliance is regulatory sanctions and fines, loss of operating license. There are some sanctions and fines that when regulators sanction you or fine you, the sanction is put on the website of the regulator. And the regulator also, there's also a rule that you must put those sanctions and fines in your annual report. And for those of us that sit on boards of companies, when we go out, we look out. Like the other day, I had to query, why did SEC sanctioned you? What is this other company? About 3 regulators sanctioned this company. So what did you do? That means that you're not in compliance on rules and regulations of this company, of the industry that you are in. So it's very important. It works for your reputation. Because if you open the website of a regulator like foreigners, some of the things, when they look for companies to invest in or they want to work with a company, they first of all go to the website of the regulator and they look at it. What are the things about this company? I recall somebody calling me from London in those days, say, Mary, you have not put so and so and so on the website concerning so and so company. And this is what we have heard that they do and they did not do. And we didn't know about it. So it is not just only the local regulators that are watching, outsiders are also watching. That's why compliance is very important. Investors withdraw and reputational damage sets in. Increased likelihood of fraud and internal control. So in conclusion, I'd like to say that compliance is the institutional expression of stakeholder protection. Without compliance, stakeholders are not protected. The employees of the company are not protected. The clients of the companies are not protected without compliance. So organizations that treat compliance strategically are better positioned to achieve sustainable growth, regulatory trust, and market leadership. Compliance is not a constraint. It is a strategic shield for stakeholder value.
Please, let's put our hands together for that very insightful information. So, I mean, asset rights, we are not looking to be sanctioned anytime. So definitely, that is why all of this structure is put in place. But before I go on, please call the plate number KSF 724 East V. Please kindly repark. Okay, so the next question, I'll throw this question, and this will be the last question for the panel session. I hope it has been very insightful, and we have our questions ready, because they are not just going to speak, you the stakeholders, and please, if you're watching online as well, you are included in this conversation as well. So please, if you have questions, please start dropping them in the chat box, and if you've written down your questions, we are going to the time where you get to ask these questions. But the last question I want to ask is, having heard all of this risk, having heard all the importance of compliance and, you know, the necessity to follow rules and regulations, and the risk that can come in not managing a plantation properly, and the need to, you know, having heard all of these structures or all of these talks, I have just one question, and I'm sure that question has been begging in the minds of every single landlord of Palmrich. Whether they've not asked you the question or they are waiting for the third year to come. The question goes, many stakeholders are asking, is my asset safe? What is the direct answer to that question?
Thank you so much. So as our name implies, our primary objective or responsibility is to make your asset rise. And thank you. Why should your asset rise? Because assets are the primary conveyors of your wealth creation. Your savings account does not make you wealthy. Your asset account is what builds your wealth. And so, as stakeholders in this room, you should be very, very concerned about your asset classes. As much as you are concerned with your savings account, but much more concerned about your asset classes. And for safety, we have put together all these lines to ensure that the asset that must rise must be asset that is compliant, asset that has the right platform to mitigate risk, and do all that we need to do to ensure that the assets keep rising. And very important to us is that all the risks that have been mentioned, they have been measured also. So number one, what's the worst that can happen to your palm plantation as an investor? What's the worst that can happen to your palm plantation with asset rise? The worst that can happen is that the plantation does not fruit. True or false? That's the worst. Number two worst thing is that government takes over the land. Let me make a little bit of boast about this. After my studies in London, I understand where I am going into, the scope of what I want to work in. and I did a course on investment risk and analysis with Harvard Business School. So if I am investing in anything, the first thing I am going to analyze is not the profit. That's the wrong way to invest. The first thing you should analyze is the risk. So ask yourself these two important questions. If the worst happens, will it cost you BP? If it's going to cost you BP, please don't invest. Carry your money and go and put it somewhere else. So, what's the worst that can happen to your palm plantation? Is that the trees don't fruit or government takes over the land. So let's answer the first one. If the fruits don't fruit, what's the best mitigation against your investment? If the trees do not fruit, hello house, I can see you are looking at me with a very panicking face now. Don't worry, we have good news for you all the way. If the fruits do not fruit, what happens? That's why the structure of this project has been built on asset ownership first, which is the land. And this has been demonstrated in different ways. I was in Ibadan, I think last 2 weeks, and then we drove to the site with the NIFO director. When we acquired that property about 2-3 years ago, it's only one road leading to that place, very terrible road. Then the governor came, and now you have a bridge construction less than 5 minutes to our property. That place has been opened up as a ring road. And the entire road stretch is now under dualization to Osun State. What has happened to your asset? Your asset has risen. That is why we are asset rise. So we are mindful of assets that can appreciate. So today, Ibadan has a C of O. And currently, some persons bought. Mr. Shego, how much did you buy Ibadan? Okay, at I think 1.8 million, 1.2 or thereabout. Okay, then 800 for statutory fees. Yes. So today, how much is Ibadan selling? Okay. And conservatively so. You can see that we are not pushing Ibadan everywhere. Because after the ring road, the least property we go for on that corridor can be 10, 20 million. That is the implication of the assets. Let's take Ado-Odo for another example. When we started Ado-Odo, it was a whole forest. Some of our clients here, we went with a helicopter because we have an helipad on the site. And some persons were asking, what are you doing in this place? But today, the federal government is dualizing and constructing the road from Songo to Idiroko. And you have 2 bridges on that road today. And that is a massive exposure. The Sokoto Road also is close by. Badagry Express Road is constructed. Agbara Road from Aton is constructed. And then Ado-Odo value is skyrocketed. Most of us bought Ado-Odo for 450,000 naira. Today, Ado-Odo is around 2.5 million and still going up. So, your assets keep rising. And these are not just assets that rise. These are assets that you can protect and hand over to your children's children. So the worst that can happen if your plantation does not fruit is that your assets will keep rising. Number 2, we have also made sure that the fruits must produce. And that's why we have mitigated by bringing in 9-4, so that we do the right thing. Over the past 3 weeks, please kindly help us appreciate Dr. Shagun with a clap. Thank you. You know, as young as I am, when I drive to the site back and forth, I am tired. But Mr. Shagun traveled from Ewekoro to Ibadan to Ekpe. Inspected all the sites. And why are we doing this? You don't even know about that. But just like our technical advisor has said, if we don't ensure that the plantation works, the first damage is our reputation. We want to build an organization that 100 years, 200 years from now, we can still say Asset Rise is in existence. And I tell my people today, most of the foreign companies you have today, they simply do it right. Toyota has been in existence for a long time. If vehicles get bad that Toyota has supplied, and there is an announcement that there are recurring faults in those vehicles, they will recall all the vehicles back at their own loss. That is why they are still sustained. So these are the reasons why we have put up people who are bigger than us, more educated than us. And you can see one of our directors sitting. He's an S-director with the Central Bank of Nigeria. Mr. Bayo Akiyemi, thank you, sir. I mean, if he has worked with the CBN with all the years to risen to the place of a director, you don't think he want to stake that down to a company that will not be compliant. So we want to be compliant, do the right planting under NIFOS inspection, and then ensure that the plantation is fruiting. However, after we have done all this, we still do not have control. Because we are not God. We don't control the weather. And that is why we are saying, see, the best way to treat this asset is not just a far expectation, it's ownership. If drought happens, you should know. We should communicate to you that this year, rain did not follow. So please, understand that the plantation may misbehave. True of us. And then you should accept it like that because you can confirm your information. Not that if we report to you that rain did not fall, you say, asset rise, you must bring your grandfather's head. Can I tell you the truth? Most of the companies that have died in this country were destroyed by customers. And that's the true information. Because they will demand from the company what the company may not even be able to provide because of some certain situation. Also, the company is not transparent enough. And transparency means that when there is any adverse situation that we cannot control, we should let you know. When we let you know and you take ownership of the structure, then you will be the one to support us. Say, okay, what do we do? We'll call forums like this and we can put our heads together to define what to do. And that's why transparency of reporting is a culture here. We must let you know at every phase of the project. However, after we have done all that we can do, and maybe weather misbehave, and maybe fire and insurance coverage. Thank you, please, you can, thank you. So, what the insurance will do is that if we are even going to replant the entire plantation, we don't need to tell you to reinvest again. So, for all the levels of risk, we have analyzed them and see how we can mitigate your interest. But what we are saying in essence, after all this, is that please, do not treat us like a customer. You are not our customer. You are a stakeholder. You own the project. It's your land that we are on. So you should know everything that happens and you should hold it with all forms of accountability. And you know what? When I misbehave, have you seen companies where CEOs are fired? 100%. So I can be fired from the GMD. And because I don't want to lose my job, I will stop you from reporting me. So we appreciate you that these understandings we have been able to bring to you. However, we still know that you have questions for us, and I will hand over to Chidera. Thank you so much for listening.
Should say very big. Please, let's put our hands together for our panelists. They've done amazing well. Thank you so much. We have heard that protecting values comes from clarity, comes from understanding, and comes from taking ownership, everybody doing their part. Thank you very much. Thank you for this session. I'm sure it was enlightening, it was insightful, it was educative. Thank you. Are we getting the questions now? Okay. Thank you very much for this session.
Thank you very much. So I want to do something very quickly now that we're going into questions. I hope we have all our questions down. Media, please, are you working with me? Can you also clarify that we have questions online? So just as Superman works, the trustee works as well. So they have a lot of other persons that they are saving their interest, a lot of other stakeholders. So Mr. Dele would have to run very quickly. But please, if we have any questions in-house for him, if you can just take one question or two questions for the trustee. Okay, I can see two hands there. I'll walk to you. Don't worry, please. Yeah, I'm working for you too. It's not for all the assets, right? Question for the trustee, yes, for Mr. Dele. If you have, okay, let me use name. If you have any question for Mr. Dele before he goes to save another stakeholder. All right, question.
All right, thank you. I'm believing this question falls in his own purview. First, I want to thank Asset Rise for bringing this up. I mean, it's a good thing that you are calling investors and then having this interactive session. Okay, so my own, I've heard all that's been said about the gestation periods, trying to protect the plants and all that. There's a question I have in monitoring. When you're doing project management, you are monitoring what is happening. The farm, for example, will have weeds, right, during the planting period. Is there a structured plan, for example, for, okay, maybe it's a 3 months period that will go to the farm and, I mean, clear the weeds around the palms, or is it by discretion? Because what I'm thinking of is that I could be an investor, for example, and then I'm going through the farm, and I found out that, oh, they've cleared this other area. They've not cleared this other area. Is there a reason why that has happened? I could think that, okay, are they favoring some people to have better fruits than me? So, I mean, those are things I think that could cause issues and all that. So I don't know, is there a plan like that? I'm just joining the Palmrich family, so I don't know if that discussion has been had in that area. So, and then security-wise, what's the level of provision, really, for security of the palms? Thank you very much.
Yes.
So let's take questions that are pertaining to Mr. Dele Cedros Group. He's our trustee partner. The board will formalize all that and we will get back to you what the decision is. However, he's here to educate us on what the trustee will be providing. So if you want to ask any question on the trustee interest, he has spoken to us on the things that they do. So kindly ask his question before he steps out of the meeting. Thank you.
Trustee, any other question for the trustee, Mr. Dede? Media, please, do we have any question online for Mr. Dede, please? All right, so I'll take it that everyone understands what a trustee company is, what they do, and how they have the interest of every stakeholder. So very quickly, please let's put our hands together for Mr. Dede. You've done a very phenomenal job informing us on what a trustee is. Thank you very much, sir. Please let's put our hands together for him as he takes his leave. So please, but that's not the end. All the other panelists are up and they are
Let's take a group picture before he leaves.
Okay, a quick group picture, camera, please, before Mr. Dede leaves. So the other panelists will be on board, of course, to take every other question. And please, sir, your question has not been ignored. It would definitely be answered, okay?
Yes. Okay.
All right, great. That's over $1 million on that stage there. Over $1 billion. $1 billion of ideas. All right, let's put our hands together for them, please. All right, so for the question that was asked, I'm gonna try to give more clarity to that question. You said, how are we making provision for? So you asked, how are we making provision to make sure that there's equality in management of the plantation, of every stakeholder's plantation, and there's no favoritism. And so I'll throw that question to Mr.
Structured management system. And when we say structure, it is everything. So the entire plantation in any area is broken down into blocks. So first, you are in a block and then in a zone. We cannot clear the entire plantation in one day. So you may go, it's being cleared. So if you are in block A, for example, in a block, we have 50 acres. And each block is managed under a supervisor. And the work of the supervisor starts from making sure that there are no weeds, ensure that all the agronomic practices are carried out in that block, and it reports upward to the management. So weed management goes round the year, and because we are in a very vegetating area like the south and the southwest, weed control is a major concern for agric. It will shock you that you will spend less to do farming in the north than in the southwest. To clear alone, you have to do bulldozer. You can see over 1,000 acres without any bush in the north. So we spend so much on weed management. And because of the cost implication, it has to be also systemic. So what we take on in weed control is, number one, ring weeding. So you may get to the plantation and there may be bushes in some corridors. When I say bushes, I'm not talking about thick forest. However, at the circumference of the palms, there must be no weeds. So once ring weeding is done, we have protected the tree. The number two cycle of weeding is not the entire plantation weeding, which we can do maybe just twice or once in a year. Because if we keep clearing the entire plantation around the year, that means we need to increase your money. So weed management is very systemic, and we will ensure that we follow the system. However, we're also subject to NIFOR. I mean, one of the things that NIFOR did over the past 2 weeks was training our staffs on weed management also. And I think you can say some things to that, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I thought we were going to talk about the intercropping and the yams.
Okay. I don't want them to see. That topic is an interesting topic. They will ask us the proceed of the yam.
Well, actually, weed control in oil palm plantation is one of the major problems of maintaining a plantation. Just like he said, we're in the southern part of Nigeria, where you have most of the land being very, very good with quick growth of weeds. So, like he said again, he said it has to be systematic. That is being done. He talked about ring weeding. I think that is okay too. That is being done. However, the point is that it has to be systematic. We conducted a training just about a week or two ago for the key field officers of these plantations. And I can assure you that whatever you have seen earlier, but if you go there in another 1-2 months, you'll see a big difference. But I just want you to know that weed control, weed management in oil palm plantation is a big problem. And it's a big problem because the distance between one palm and the other is about 9 meters. So there's a lot of, almost about 6-7 meters in between palms that you need to control. And if you don't do it systematically, it can be very, very expensive, right? So there are different options. But you said I shouldn't talk about the yams because you can actually intercrop, especially when they are young. So instead of the land, you can be getting some income again from those intercrops and all that, which ultimately will reduce your cost of weed maintenance, and you still get some returns from that land in between. So I think in summary, that's just what I would say. Yes. I don't want to believe that there's any favoritism, just like you said, but I have been privileged, I think it's a privilege, to visit some of the Palmrich estate sites. In fact, I like the name Palmrich tribe. I don't know why they use tribe. I think it's very interesting. All right. So I've been opportunity to visit the Ekpe site. I've been opportunity to see the Wekoro site. I've been opportunity to see the Adodo site, and I've been to Ibadan. All right. And I think you are doing well from what I've seen. The only thing so I wish you continue in that light. And the most important thing is that asset rise, MOU with NIFO, and we are taking the relationship there to another level now. And I can assure you that in another few months, you will see a difference in everything on your plantation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
So, before we will get so, intercropping is systemic, and in your contract, it is clearly stated that we have the right to intercrop. And I know there are some lawyers in this room. However, like you said, it is two ways. You can decide to write us that do not intercrop on my land. And then we can decide to also send you more bill that you will spend on clearing your land. And you spending so much. Can I tell you one good truth? That whatever we have charged for palm plantation establishment is very, very low. And NIFO can bear witness to that. Yeah. Some of us bought a Wekoro farm at 2.4 million per acre. The cost to maintain the plantation for 3 years is far beyond. We can tell you that for truth. And that's why when some investors agitate, I'm sorry and I make a pardon out of this. I'm glad to always tell you that please, we are doing so much to satisfy you. However, if you feel that we are not doing anything and you are not satisfied, you have the right to say you are no longer part of the project. And then you can exit. Because the project has been designed in a way that we must deliver value. And that value, we don't want a contention or an agitation that will not satisfy you. So on the issue of intercropping, over the years, we have explained that we can also collaborate with you to do it. So one of the big that we have sustained for a good number of years, cultivating lands on your land to intercrop in the palm tree. And for those who took interest in that, you subscribe, we will cultivate the yam. We also partner with IIA, International Institute for Tropical Agriculture, and then they supplied us good seedlings, we intercrop, and then when we harvest the yams, it's your yams. We sell it for you, and then you pay us for doing that. So we can partner to intercrop. However, we also have the right to intercrop and use the proceed to keep managing the plantation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please let's put our hands together.
Thank you.
Okay, this question on security. The question on security, please.
Security, yeah.
Measurements put in place.
In Nigeria, you cannot boast of adequacy in security because it does not belong to you. It belongs to the government, but also the government has a lot of challenges when it comes to security now. So first, beyond the security companies and the armed security companies that we engage, we do a lot of community engagement because the community are the custodian of the security. So from the Bales to the Omoniles, we have good rapport. And then we extend that to having a good CSR. Some communities, we drill boreholes for them. Some communities, we give scholarships so that we can have good communication. So, for example, in Ibadan, we've had the issues of theft. But it's the same community people that report the people that went to the farm to steal. And then they apprehended them, took them to the police. And then the community oversaw, in fact, one of the politicians in that community oversaw that those people repaid, number one, focus from security. Number two, we then partner with security agents to ensure that we have security on farm. However,
will improve on possible areas where we may have concern with security so that it does not affect our projections and our productions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that answer. Thank you very much. Just as I heard someone say one time that life in itself is a risk. You wake up every morning, you are facing one risk or the other that you do not even know about. You're seated here, you use the restroom, you are exposed to a risk that we would put in place to curb this risk. We are still in God's hands. Right. So, please question. Media, are you with me? Question, please. Okay, there's a question at the back and at the front. So I think I should just do numbers so that people are not left out. So I saw the hand at the back first. That's number 1.
Okay.
I saw the other hand, number 2. So you'll be number 3. So please don't forget your numbers. Number 1 at the way at the back. Number 2, sir, on black. Number 3 here. Number 4. Number 5. Number 6, number 7. No. Oh, so it means you're number 4. Hello, ma. Oh, you have a question as well? You're number 4. Okay, so you're number 5, sir. Yes. So, ma, you'll be number 9. I gave you a number. I didn't know, sorry, ma. I didn't know your hands were up. So very sorry, ma. Thank you. You're number 9, number 10. All right, so let's take this first 10 questions. Let's take this first 10 questions so people don't forget their numbers as well, okay? So please, can we have number 1 in this question, please? Thank you very much, sir.
Timmy?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Dr. Chris. When I was coming this morning to the place, there was a lot of trouble having a parking space, so I may have missed some parts on the issue of the 60-40 sharing formula. So my question is, why is the sharing after net profit stroke loss after deducting expenses? This concern is raised as there is no conversation on transparency on expenses and how they are incurred. That's my first. Second, allocation of land. Is the company not able to clearly communicate the allocation schedule prior to purchase, providing full disclosures before financial commitment? Like, why I'm saying this is that I can invest my money in a guaranteed mutual funds with clear disclosures on returns stroke interest with no ambiguities. Why is Asset Right raising expectation on its customer to blind trust without clear objectives and full disclosures? That's my second question. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I can pass it over to you, ma'am. Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Chris. And sorry for the parking situation this morning. I think Marriott took in the platform, and it's a bigger program, and that shook up this place. So, number 1 question on if your plantation is already fruiting, sir. Okay. So when you say there is no transparency in accounting, you cannot witness that until the fruiting starts. Because the first 3 years, once you give us funds to plant, that is administered internally. However, we can also disclose if that is requested. From the 3rd, 4th year, when fruiting commences, then you will be in a group, just like the Ibadan people are right now. And before profits are declared, our CFO is at the back, all financial implications, all costs are audited and accounted for, and then the report is circulated to everyone. Please, Ibadan, just wave if I'm communicating. Okay, I know we have a few of you here. So currently, we have done that for about 2-3 years now in Ibadan. And profit sharing has never been ambiguous. You can also watch the videos. We have them online. As a matter of fact, the kind of words and testimonials we have from that gives us more encouragement to go on with what we are doing in that plantation. However, that does not mean that it's a perfect system. So, and that's why we have the Palmrich tribe as a different body on its own under the cooperative, which will be institutionalized once we make it, once the board finalize the model to go, either the cooperative or the trustee. Because we cannot be holding the yam and deciding where to cut at the same time. And that's why you need an umpire. So the umpires will take all these transparency issues from your neck and then validate to you what they have done. So for the 60-40 model, which you missed, we have declared outrightly this project is not debt, so we are not owing you. And I want to say that again, please. If your understanding in buying into this project is that Asset Rise is indebted to you and paying you a fixed return every year, with all humility and not being prideful to our stakeholders, you have the right to exit the project and we will refund you 100%. Because we do not want regulatory risk, just like you have said now, in the future. So the project is not in any way a debt instrument. And we have explained how it favors you that is not a debt instrument. You make more money, and then you also have control. So for the 60-40, after all production has been done, the cost of production definitely will be borne by the project. And then a 40% net profit comes to our own sweat equity. And I will break down why the 40% sweat equity comes to us. Sorry, for the sake of my legs, I may need to stand. First, you should understand that the project is beyond just the plantation. It is to revert back to the village people, and they'll put all your fruit aside canoe and mash it with leg. And then it will reduce the cost. But if we can, because we cannot do that, we have to bring in heavy-duty equipment. And like we said, to set up a 6-ton per hour mill is going to give us 40%. We are also paying back, in quotes, the investment that we have done to make sure that you have the industrialization bit of your project. And to also do that, we're in an MOU signed partnership with the Nigerian Society of Engineers, who currently fabricates most of our equipment. So when you give us 40%, a percentage of this, over 20% of this, goes into the machines. Because they are funds that will be paid back. Number two, you have the human resources that man the entire operations. That has gone into cost, like you said. But as a company, we also need to make profits to be sustained. So if you are giving us a 20% to say that we're in good business with you, we do not think that is bad. However, you also have the right to contest that. So that's the issue of the 60-40. And the last question about your allocation of land. Let me first apologize to those who are awaiting allocation. However, from the beginning of the project, it has been clearly stated, allocation is seasonal because we do not operate an irrigation farming system. If we do irrigation, it makes the cost more expensive. And in fact, it is almost going to be too much, times 10 of whatever we're doing right now. So we plant only within the rainy season. So it means that if you subscribe to Farm 3 today, you have to wait till next year to be allocated. And in this room, I made bold to stand to say there is no one in this room who has subscribed in 12 months and has not been allocated. It does not exist in our system. So before 12 months, we should allocate you. And that entails that once you subscribe now, your nursery development starts. That is where the subscription starts from. If you've been to Ado and to Ewekoro, and Nightfall can testify, so you saw the in nurseries. Because, and while we are waiting for allocation, that nursery is already grown. But you should be expecting that your plantation will be fruiting. So that is why the wait is. However, allocation, because of the peculiarity of the project that you have bought into, We cannot allocate you a bare land. And we have also put that to most of our investors in time past. That please, should you think that waiting does not give you confidence because you have bought a land and first you want to see your land first before we even talk about allocation, you have the right to say, oh, allocate me my land first. Then later when you plant, I will come and view it. You have the right to get that done. That is the model they want. The land is allocated immediately they purchase, and then they wait for the season, and then we plant. So that is the reason why we wait in allocation. So this cannot be compared to other investment instruments. And the reason is because the peculiarity of this project is different from, am I correct, ma'am? This is not a fund that you put in your #1 and then it starts generating immediately. It is a system that is peculiar by itself. And that is why this forum has been established, so that investors, both in the now and in the future, should understand before even dropping their money. This is how it works. And also to cap it up, we have a journey, a roadmap that we have shared with everyone. So the roadmap tells you how it moves from point A to Z. And then you can understand what happens with your project. We remain very accountable to you. If you want to see your land, we will take you there. If you want to be allocated before it starts, before we are allocated before we start planting, we will take you there. And right in this season now, we have started allocation since April. Some persons were allocated yesterday. Some persons were allocated about 3 weeks ago. And this period, we are going to be allocating over 1,000 acres between now and June. Please, you can appreciate us. Thank you, thank you. Your clapping makes our hair to swell. So after you have flogged us, just clap for us, please. Thank you so much. Okay, number 2.
We move to question number 2.
Question number 2. Question number 2.
Good day, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Tosin Adenowo.
Thank you, Mr. Tosin.
Sir, my question again is on the 60/40 sharing formula.
Okay, sir.
As per the contract, it states, and now that the contract has been changed, was this first I'm hearing this now, that it's going to be based on the net profit. It means that asset rise wants their investors to bear the cost of every other thing, and still asset rise wants to maintain their 40% profit from the net profit. So I'm thinking, this is what I'm thinking, that since originally it was based on the revenue, not the net profit, then asset rise should also look into towards reducing the 60/40, their 40% package in this deal, probably like 80/20, 70/30. I think that makes sense. That's what I'm thinking.
Thank you, sir.
Then also, what's the guarantee that in the future the goalpost won't be shifted again?
Thank you. So thank you, sir. So first of all, we have never shifted the goalpost. And we make bold to say that because you have a contract, you have a subscription form, you have the FAQ, you have the TNC. And maybe we should call for one. Sir, if you have yours, maybe mobilely, we can review it. You can share with children for the purpose of being practical. So you have 2 clauses on that form. One says revenue, and then the concluding part of that, where the net profit is being declared. I'm talking about all the risk that is associated with the project. Please go through that with him. Talking about all the risk, and talking about the final note there, that profit sharing is on net profit. So in the first thing, profit is what we can share. You are reviewing it, right? Have you seen net profit there? Thank you, sir. So we are not shifting any goalpost, and we make bold to say that. Should ever you feel that we are shifting goalposts, you have the right to demand for a very good way that we should address it. That is why we are doing this now. And we will be open to you. So what any business can share in the world is profits. If we share revenue, then the business does not exist. So, the first question again, sir. The first question before is that all the questions, sir? Okay, then you gave a suggestion that can we adjust the 60-40?
Yeah.
So, I know everybody wants that answer. We all want to have more. So, to be very practical, right? We are in Nigeria. And in this part of the country, one thing I have seen that has happened over time. Give me 1 million naira and I will give you 50%. People will not ask questions, they will rush their money in there. And then after your money is lost, you will now go to the police. You now go to SEC. You now go to EFCC. There's nothing they will do about it. What we need to do is to explain to the stakeholders what the 40% covers. If you now disagree that what you are collecting is too much, we will now report to our board that CEO, the stakeholders say we should not make profit. We should just be serving them. And then if the board now says, this is a CSR, you can go ahead, or this is an NGO, you can go ahead and serve them. Without making profits, then we can do that. So, but we will take several votes on that. And like we said, this is dialogue. We will take a vote on that. We have a voting system already in place. It will be shared. So both online and physical, we all will make a vote on some things. But as explained on the 40%, don't forget that there are machines investments. So clearly on Ibadan, Mao, you are an investor in Ibadan, and you have been with us for over 7 years, and you are even one of our directors. You saw machines in Ibadan. Did we collect money from any subscriber to put in those machines? So we even took loan from Mr. Shegu's Club EFI. Yes, thank God you are here. We took loan from Club EFI to buy most of the equipment in Ibadan. Did we repay the loan back with interest? So, we will not bother you with equipment investments, but we will need to pay back the investment on the equipment and then also still be profitable. So, we think it is fair that we have 40%. We know other investors or other promoters are pushing 80-20, and other people are doing whatever they can do. We are not here to discredit anybody, but we can tell you that the future will tell us. The future will tell and how it goes. So please kindly bear with us. We will put out the vote, and then you can tell us better what we can do. Thank you. I hope I've answered your question, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for that question. Please, can we have question number 3? Question number 3 is over at the front, please.
Oh.
Very much. My name is Chamberlain Durike. I just want to say profound thank you to Asset Rise team for setting up this platform, and also to appreciate the GMG for providing leadership. One of the things that gave me the investment comfort was the transparency I saw after the due diligence and background check of the entire exercise. So thank you so much. I have 2 questions. I'm sorry they are not on 60-40. I would rather one of the features of the discourse today was a look into the future. I noticed that of the 4 states you are currently on in terms of footprints, it's just all in the West. Do you have any plan looking into the future to increase your footprint, maybe to the Middle Belt, maybe to the East, or even out of Nigeria, probably to Ghana or to neighboring countries, in terms of geographical footprint increase and expansion of the business?
Thank you, sir.
That's one. The second question is, when you look at the deliverables from palm tree, the only area you're focused on is more on the mills, just the palm oil. But we have things like even palm wine and sugar, yeah? We could have processing plant for that also. We have things like biofuels for biodiesel. We have fiber. We have livestock feed. Probably that is also being captured by the mill. So looking at the value chain that the palm tree provides, are you looking into the future to
increasing or expanding into these other areas? So those are just the two questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. It's a very brilliant question. I was asking, my colleague also brought to my knowledge that last year we had opportunity of getting facility through BOI, the Bank of Industry. And it's a long process, but that's one of the areas we are looking at to seeing how we can bring in all these other equipments for value addition. The truth is this: value addition is where the money is. So you have well over 15 to 50 products that can come out from even palm oil alone, your margarine and different other products. And 2024, I have the privilege of presenting this project at the United Kingdom House of Lords. And we got some nod from investors. Their only interest is on value addition. The problem is Africa exports too much of raw materials. And then they add value and sell it back to us at expensive rates. So we will labor and then they will make the money. So we are very much interested in expanding our value addition over time when we get the money to do that. And we are already on that road, talking to BOI and talking to some other investors. And I'm sure our board is also listening to that. Another critical question you asked is geographical expansion. We've had the privilege of expanding or proposing to expand into some other states. 2024-2025, our chairman took us to Enugu State and Abia State. We had audience with the state governments and on a 10,000 hectares at Abia and Enugu. However, just like one of the most critical questions we've asked in here, we will not take your funds to put them in places that we cannot vouch for security. That's a major concern. And so because of the security concerns, we have to step down some of those projects. One critical thing you can also look out for in the south right now is that we have, especially in Ogun, Lagos, where we have this concentration of projects. For almost all our plantations, we have not witnessed any issue of any insecurity in quotes. Not because of another thing, because we also study the risk of security before we commit Ondo State. At the ARED Summit, the governor of Ondo State, represented by the Commissioner for Agriculture, declared a 20,000 hectares partnership. And you can clap. Thank you. And I was in Ondo State. The commissioner took us to the land that we've also already dedicated for the project. And very soon that project will commence in Ondo State. Because this is one of the major ways that Nigeria can come out of losing a lot of forests. We can't export phone to China. We cannot export car to Germany. The major thing we have to export out of this country is agric. And so the governments are looking critically at these areas, and we are very open. So in your states, if your governor can give us the opening, because when we went to Enugu State, we have direct communication with the state government. And that's what we want. If the state government is not willing to give us a voice, we are not willing to invest in that state because of the security concern and also the Omonile concern. So in Ogun State, we have, at the areas, you saw the Ogun State Agricultural Development Corporation chairman, Honorable Tayo Olaiwola. He has been the one pioneering of, all the land acquisition that we are currently developing in Ogun State. So that gives us some relaxation in terms of structuring with Omonile and also dealing with security. Lastly, for West Africa or Africa expansion, I was last year at Ghana. I will share the video with you. I was at the Ghana House of Ghana Parliament. We met with the parliamentarians in Morocco, and they were willing to give this an expansion. But do you know the truth? Today, Ghana has constituted a policy on national oil palm development. And we that have this thing, there's no policy to strengthen that. That's the problem. So, and Ghana already created a roadmap on how they are going to deliver a long plantation of oil palm. And we are coming to play in Ghana. And I can advise you investors, most times diversify your investment out of countries for stability's sake. You can put some in Ghana, put some in different places so that you are guaranteed. So when we open the Ghana project, we'll let you know so you can invest in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Please, I know we have questions online. We'll get to them very shortly. So please, viewers virtually, please do not get agitated. Very quickly, let's move on to the next question. But please, before that, KJA 598.
Speak out, Daoga. Are you airline?
I'm representing the caliber of persons here, sir. KJA 598 FN, Camry, White, kindly repark. Thank you. All right, please, can we move on to the next question? Thank you. Number 4. All right, number 4, please.
Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, Mars. My name is Nkechi Bolaji. First, I want to thank Asset Rise for inviting me to this particular forum.
Thank you.
I'm a new investor, and first, I want to make a suggestion before I ask my question. My suggestion is this. This very forum, is it possible to have such before you invest? Because the details I got today, I did not have that when I, gather more information. Some of the things that I actually asked the rate, that is one. So it's best that intending investors should have a forum where details are made available to them. And then when you invest, about the 60-40, because much has been said on that. The next thing I want to ask is, I equally asked question on planting on the land, since it's going to be palm tree, can other things be planted on the land? Which the rector equally told me, yes. But from what I'm hearing now, it's a different arrangement from what I am in. So I want to ask, is it possible for this whole project, for management and for profits and for investors 50% as well?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. Chidera, come down.
Hello, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. I think for clarity, I'm sure you're asking about the intercropping, right? The intercropping.
Thank you.
Before you allow us collect, we will appreciate if you give us the 60%.
Okay, please can you help us appreciate this, madam, for giving us 50%? Thank you so much. You said on our own.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the sake of time, and our food is also getting cold, we'd like to interrupt further, but kindly permit our panelists to ease themselves and to stretch their legs while I'm on the stage to answer the questions.
All right, please,
okay.
Let's have that.
So her question is very critical and very important, and I will start from the number 1. Please, do not invest without clarity, not just in Palmrich, across any other project. You know why? There's so much desperation in this country. And the average salesperson is also desperate. Are we together? And because they want to sell, they may not pass the entire truth of the information to you.
Thank you.
However, thank you. When you get a salesperson's offer or marketing materials Please insist that you want to be clear. And where clarity comes from is what we have also systemized. So once you get your 1 naira into Asset Rise account, the first thing that will happen is that you get a receipt. The second is that you will be issued a contract of sale. And in the contract, everything will be explained in there, what the project is about. But I have found that most Nigerians don't read. You just want to believe the person who have told you. So, because most people will not read the contract, and we have told you, not until that salesperson gets that contract back, signed, you are not yet our customer. And also the salesperson doesn't get whatever is commission or whatever is due to them. We have a large sales force. And the only way to control information is through that contract. You have the contract, and the contract is saying what you do not want. And number two, please, submit that contract to a lawyer. Not just for the sake of asset rights, for any project that you are doing. We've had transactions that we have to cancel and refund the money, 100%. Because by the time the client gets the contract, the client says, no, this is not what I was told. And then we say, ma'am, this is what we do here. However, if you do not agree with what we do, we refund you 100%. And that was done. So I plead with us, both in the now and the future, read your contract. After you have now been allocated, you will be issued allocation documents. You'll be issued more than 4 documents. Like we said, what you are buying is an asset. Sec director was telling me something while we were coming. She bought a property in Abuja, and all the content inside the property already made her a tenant in her own house. But definitely she has signed, and then they've collected the money. And so you are stuck between a contract that is not favorable to you. So this is very important. Read your contract, because once your signature is in there and you take it to court, the court will tell you you signed. And the last question on in there, we also have videos that we have produced. I shoot video almost every month. Go to our YouTube pages, watch those videos. Even this 60/40, we have short video on it. Allocation, we have explained. Everything we are saying here today, we have videos on them that you can request for and watch. And lastly, on the 60/40, on the 50/50, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for giving us. Okay, intercropping. Thank you. You don't have a fear, ma'am. The land is so big, we are not even able to intercrop everywhere. So if you want to intercrop in your own land, you can let us know. However, we will give you documents to fill and to sign. And one of those things that you're going to be signing is that you are bearing the risk against the crops. Because your farm manager can bring chemical and spray what you have intercropped. And if you spray the palm trees and they die, it's your risk. Number two, if you plant crops, we will advise you on the crops to intercrop. If you then, like some person say, I want to plant plantain. Plantain has spreading capacity, and then they will distort the plantation. And if you insist, it's your land. We are not the owner of the land. You can go ahead. However, you will shine that anything I'm planting here, I am responsible for it. And once you have shined, we are good, is your land. So if you want to intercrop, we are saying it openly, if you want to intercrop by your own self, just let us know, and then you can intercrop. It saves us the cost of weeding, as long as you are able to comply with the laws. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Media, please, are we before the next...
So, sorry, let me disrupt. I will suggest we eat while the
what
questions are going on, because the questions can take a longer time.
So I just wanted to suggest that. So please, we'll be directed by the team on how we're going to get, so we do not disrupt movement or we do not make a lot of noise while doing that. And also, while we're doing that, are you ready? Are you ready? Form? All right. Yes, sir, just before we get to the next question.
Take number 5 while she's getting ready.
Okay, before the next question, before the next question, I want to make sure that we are all following in the conversation today, right? And this in any way does not, what we're about to do now in any way does not concede a solid decision. Because just as we've said, the board is sitting on that decision, right? And the board, because they have the expertise and they have the interest of every single landlord at heart. But very importantly, we want to know if you've been listening in on the conversation, and we also want to know what way would you lean in. So today we heard from the trustee company, and we also heard from
the cooperative,
which the tribe is currently registered under. So right this instance, while we are taking questions, while we are eating, right, the media, the IT department will be dropping a link on the Palmrich tribe. And this is also to know if everyone here is a tribe member. And also to let you know that we listen to you as well. So very quickly, on the tribe channel, a link will be dropped there. Just let us know what way you think you lean in. Are you leaning towards
cooperative,
or are you leaning towards the trustee? Just very quickly, it's just one option you have to pick between. Just click on the link. It's very simple, very straightforward. Click on the link, go to the channel, click on the link, and make that decision very quickly. Okay? So this goes for both people watching virtually and people here. So while we are taking the questions and while we're taking the questions and while we're eating, we have the privilege to do that. And at the end of the day, we're going to tell us where everyone has leaned towards. So please, before you make that decision, I hope you understand what the implication of every, or what responsibility would the cooperative all have, okay? So in that light, please, team, can you help with ushering to get food, so that I know a lot of us have been here for a very long time, especially the persons who came very, very early. And in that light, we'd love to take the fifth question. So sir, please, your question. Media, please, Mike. Hello, Mike, please, media. Thank you.
Hello. Thanks very much. My name is Bakari, Kunle Bakari. One of the questions I want to ask has been asked previously, but I just want to be sure that asset rise is not overtrading. What I mean by that is I see expansion on daily basis. I see situation where, was rightly asked if we are moving into the east or middle belt and all of that. But then, and I think we are, I hope we are expanding at the right mode, such that we will not come and hear tomorrow that asset rise has issues only because it was expanding too rapidly. That's one aspect. The other aspect is in the advertisement for this forum, and thank you very much for it, a very useful one so far. We also understand that we will be talking about the estates. So I was looking forward to, because I invested in the greenhouse, I invested in the, what you call...
In the greenhouse?
Yes.
We don't have a greenhouse investment.
You do have.
We do not.
That's what you call it. You want to see it?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll show you.
Okay, Chidora, please.
I'll show you.
Let's see that greenhouse investment.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll show you. And then you also have what you call residential.
Okay.
Okay, it's in the same location that you have them. So you tell me why you have something that you don't know about. And this is exactly what I'm talking about when I say overtrading, because you start going to levels where you don't even know what you have again.
Okay.
And so we need to really watch out for this. But I will show you exactly what I mean by the greenhouse.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. I understand. Thank you, sir. So for the purpose of clarity, I still make bold to say we do not have a greenhouse investment. What he is speaking about is the agro boulevard. So the Adodo project is designed as an agro smart city. Yeah, I will talk about it, sir. Also, the Ewekoro is designed as an agro-smart city because we recognize that not all of us want to do palm trees. Some persons want to own land and do something else there. So we designed the project in a way that it is a sustainable, integrated, productive community. And people can do everything that they want to do in a place and also live in that place, just like you have the farming schemes of those days. So the structure of the estates is not an investment scheme. So if you buy into Agro Boulevard, what we have sold to you is only land. You have the right to say, in my Agro Boulevard, I want to set up a greenhouse, is your investment. We do not have expertise in greenhouse setup. We have never set up a greenhouse before, and we don't intend to set up one now, except the board approves that we should go ahead. And I do not have expertise in greenhouse management. However, if you now say you want to set up a greenhouse, we will not take that responsibility on behalf of Asset Rise. You will do it yourself on your own land, provide your own security, provide your own workers, and manage it by yourself. But the land, you own it. Also, we have the animal husbandry. And today in Adodo, you have people who have poultries inside the agro-smart city. They own the responsibility to set up whatever they want to set up on their land. The only part of this project that binds us with you, that is why it is a major focus, is the oil palm plantation. The oil palm plantation is where we are responsible to plant the trees for you, manage it for you, and then all these values that we have spoken about. Also, the residential districts. If you buy a residential district in the agro-smart city, we do not take up the task of building for you. You have the right to bring in your building contractor. You have the right to do whatever thing you want to do with your land. I hope that clarity is okay, sir. Okay, so for the purpose of clarity, and this forum is very important. So before now, his understanding might have been that the Agro Boulevard, we are going to set up a greenhouse. But there is no document, no contract that states that Asset Rise is setting up any greenhouse. Please take that and read, and let's have clarity. Okay. Sir, is that clear? I want to be sure that we're on the same page. Okay. And it's there that we're having a greenhouse. Okay. That's what I'm saying. That's it. Is the document stating that we're going to have a greenhouse? Or that we're going to establish a greenhouse for you? Okay. It's Agro Boulevard. So we have the greenhouse, the area for different other agriculture that is different from palm trees. So if you want to set up a greenhouse, it's your investment to set it up. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. That's why I'm still standing on the same to say that there is no document in Asset Rise. Hello? Please, you can let Chairman see the document. There is no you can let us see. Hello, please. Any other investor with such situation, please. You have a greenhouse?
Agro-resort.
Yes. So that's why I've explained that for Adodo and Ewekoro, it is designed as an agro-smart city with different districts. So there is the palm plantation district. The only thing that happens there is palm plantation. There is the agro-resort district. The only thing you can build in that place are resort-related things. You want to have a fun center, but we are not building for you. It's clearly in the. It's not possible, sir. I still meant to say that. So, that's what we're clarifying. It's a district that she just said. I understand you better now, sir. I understand you better now, sir. No. So what I sounded different on is that we do not have a greenhouse project. The Agro Smart City has different districts. It's like saying, oh, we have a poultry project. We do not have a poultry project. However, in the Agro Boulevard or in the animal husbandry area, you can establish your poultry. That is what the clarity is about. And then you spoke critically about expansion, which is something that we should speak about with clear terms. Because it is a risk to expand without capacity to manage it. So, if you look at all the projects, if you look at all the districts and all the phases that we have launched, there is no phase that you go to without staffs employed managing that phase. Sir, you've been to some of the projects, sir. Did you meet staffs in Ekpesa? Did you meet staffs in Ibadan, sir? Did you meet staffs in Ewekoro? All the projects are designed to be self-sustained in their different locations. Ondo State is running independently of Lagos because expansion itself is a different structure. So, for example, if I only have 10 staffs and then I'm bothering them to work in Ewekoro and move them to Adodo, there's going to be a failure. So, you have today in Adodo, planting is going on in Adodo, same as planting is going on in Ewekoro at the same time. And into the future, that is how we propose to expand. Every phase will have its own peculiarity of project design and then implementation and operations. And that will enable us to give you mass satisfaction. So we are not proposing to expand without thinking of the risk of expanding without a proper operational framework for expansion. And should ever you think or you see that happening, you visit any estate that belongs to you. And please, we encourage investors, visit your land. Don't wait for 3 years. Don't wait for 3 years and then we will now tell you it's April Fool. Visit, it's your project. Take ownership. Occasionally visit and see, I want to see what is happening on my land. And that will give you more confidence in the project. Thank you so much. Questions? Let's move.
Number 6, please. Let's move on to the next question. Number 6, please.
Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, Mas. My name is Jide Arowolo. I happen to be a land officer, just retired with Lagos State Government. Want to bring some suggestion before I ask my question. The artifact aspect and interview aspect, I want to suggest that they should consider local languages too. Not only English. I was at Ewekoro yesterday, and funnily, I was telling the people, I'm not going to use English, mi ogboyinbo. And because if you want to cover major grants, we shouldn't depend on English alone. So let's work on that. Then on the aspect of security, I knew some of the things we face in state government land. Because they are not area fully developed now, we may not have Omonile invasion. But we need to do something. A global fencing has to be in place. Sir, we need to work on that. Because we have issues with so many schemes in Lagos. Abijo, Lekki 2 and others. Because before you know, they move in and instruct their people to build within a week. Story building can be built within a month. overnight, you put up a bungalow. Between Friday night and Sunday evening, you will have seen the bungalow. So let's work on that. So, my questions is on the final documentation. You're giving us a deed of assignment, but it's yet to be consented by the governor of the state. During your last period, when we are working on Lagos-Badagry Express Road, if you have just deed, it's still not yet a government recognized document. It's not registered.
Okay.
If there's acquisition on that kind of land, nothing goes to your purse in terms of compensation. So what are you doing to make sure that all these are perfected?
Thank you so much, sir.
Then secondly, sir, on where you have residential area, I think you will need to work with the planning session to know the floor limit so that tomorrow your people, the occupant, will not have problem. Because some may want to build 4 floors, some may want to build 2 floors, some may want to build 6 floors. So that will have been included in the contract thing. So please work with the planning local authority in those areas to know the floor limit.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I'll just go straight to answer the questions. Let me also say, please, for the sake of time, we have a lot of persons who are logged in all over the world, and the meeting is proposed to end by 2. We are far over 2 now. So for the sake of time, this conversation will be continuous. We will extend the forum back online, and then questions will continue also. We just want to put a face to this so that it is detailed. So please, can we delegate someone to take the questions? Let's read and merge the questions, and then merge all the questions online so we can meet up with time. So let's do that first. Take all the questions together. Let's merge the questions, and then merge the questions online, or cross-cut the questions according to what it is. So I will go back to the question that he asked. Global fencing on a 3,200 hectares of land is going to be humongous. Very humongous. However, one of the things that this project is doing for you as a land investor is strategic land banking with some sort of security. And what are the sorts of security I mean to say? Once you have grown palm trees on your land, there is human presence on that land. The risk of invasion becomes lower. And that's why you have most of the places that you have bought in different places. Some of us have bought land 10 years now. You don't even go there again. You have not been there. There will be invasion because there are no activities on that land. Nature above vacuum. People will go there, cut it, and sell. However, with this project, you have plantation going on, which is a form of ownership presence. Number 2, the plantation also provides some sort of fencing. So what we did first is to mark the boundaries and then take note of how to plant the entire boundaries. So that provides some sort of fencing, just like our forefathers used to do. They plant around the boundaries, and then it gives some sort of contention to protection. And then you spoke about the deed. That is a very good lesson for us. However, the general global copy of the land, Ewekoro has a global registered survey, registered copy. We have the copy. I'm coming, sir. So we also have the deeds executed for the land. So because you are within that global deed, you're within that global copy, once your land is contested,
we are the one that is taking the risk. So the global copy, the global deed is with us because the estate is registered as a name. So if you go to Ogun State government now, you search on that place, you will see that Ilu Ashiori Palm City is registered as a survey with the state government. So your land is a sub in that. And then the deed from each families will sign off. Because that mass of land is not from one family, definitely. So that gives you some level of protection as concerning signing the individual deeds. However, for futuristic thinking and for investors, please, you can take up the initiative of processing your own titles at your own cost, at your own will. I'm coming, sir. So some of us want to have C of O. What we are going to focus on is the global copy. We are not going to do individual copies. So if you, I'm just buttressing your question. If you think that you having a deed of assignment that is not consented individually to you now is a risk, you can go and register that deed. You can process your title up to any level and have your individual copy on that property. Because as an estate, that means we are going to shut down all operations and focus on processing titles. There's a lot of series. However, with the few experience we've had on all the plantations soever, the trees on the land, it's a major security for fencing. I stand to be corrected because you're a professional in that field, and you know better than I do, sir. However, we also consult with a lot of professionals, town planners. So for Ewekoro, you have a 93-page document report submitted to the government, layout, designs, and everything. Because planning must be technical also. And so also for all the phases. Thank you. Okay. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. The global copy. Okay.
Recognized by government.
Okay.
Individual now can now, through that, because the input of your C of O will be in the deed, which will now take it up to Ogun State government for perfection.
Okay, that's.
And don't forget the issue of floor limit.
Definitely. When we get to building, the areas have been planned, and then we will also process, just like you have said, that's also a major correction, to put in there the floors that you can go. So there is a deed of restriction that comes with your document. The things that you can do and you cannot do, they are in your deed of restriction. Please, let's move with speed because
all
of
right.
time.
Very quickly. So please,
let's also increase the speed of the food serving.
Will be coming to your table. So as soon as they get to your table, they would usher you to the back to get food in a very orderly manner. Thank you very much for adhering. So very quickly, most of the questions I see here have already been answered because these are questions that were asked very earlier in the day. So I'll just scroll down and make sure that there are no questions. All right. So this question online is from Fumi. Thank you, Fumi, for joining in. The question says, this structure should be reviewed in the near future as the current challenges may eventually diminish. In the long run, the company stands to benefit from increased productivity.
Okay.
I believe the 50-50 sharing arrangement implies that asset right 50% already includes all costs incurred during production. Kindly confirm if this understanding is correct.
So we have not institutionalized or agreed to a 50-50. However, we are beginning to have people who are giving us that interest.
Yeah,
so thank you. You can join the interest. Thank you so much. And increase our share. Engineer Williams, please join. Okay. These forums continue. So, distinctively, we have separated two models. Your land ownership is 100% yours without contention. We do not own any part of your land. But on the Palm project, we can always review in forums like this to what will benefit us far into the future. So it will not be cast on stone. We will review. However, also know that we have a board who will give us directives on the decision to take. But definitely the board will decide on what will benefit all stakeholders. Thank you.
All right, so another question. Sir, please clarify on the system put in place for the nursery to be nurtured during and after the rainy season. If someone who is on a payment plan finishes his or her payment after the rainy season this year, will the investor be able to get his or her allocation by next year as promised, with a 1 year grown palm tree, and not getting the allocation at the upper year 2028 that will bring about agitation due to the backlogs?
Thank you. So if we invest, like this year now, we are investing in another batch of nurseries. And it is systemic. It is not debatable that we need to grow our own nurseries. One, it reduces our cost in production. And some of our partners may not like that, but it's the way to go because we can't. Last year, we spent to bring in nurseries from Ondo State, and we spent on trailer alone, 2 million, 1.6 million per trailer load. So it is only wise that we take better initiative to growing our own nurseries. And that we can guarantee you that before a year, the nurseries are well grown. As it stands today, we have nurseries to cover all our planting for this year and then move into next year production. Also, your allocation is within a time frame that has been shared with us. It's in the document. You are going to get allocation in different phases within a year. So we have planned that schedule. It's in a document. If you don't have a copy of that, we'll drop it on the tribe so you can know the seasons that we have planned for allocation. Within April to September, allocations are done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's in the FAQ. Okay.
So this question, of course, we've clarified why we have a focus on oil palm plantation so that there's no misalignment of goals. But this question, I'll just read out very quickly online. It says, can asset rights get estates for coconut, plantain, cassava, or yam plantain, or yam plantation that investors can acquire the land and be making short-term passive income at least once or twice a year before the palm fruits are ready for fruiting in the next 3 years?
Thank you. Very detailed question. However, you just heard the question from expansion risk. Multitasking on plantation can also be a risk. Too many promises can also be a risk. But once we get this model done successfully and we're able to deliver what we have now, we will not need to preach to you if we launch cocoa plantation tomorrow, do we? So let's get a model correct first, and then we will expand into other models. Cash crop in Nigeria is a major investment. Cocoa has its own expertise, different from plantain and different from others. And once we scale this one after the other, we will. However, we are going to be talking about coconut plantation. And it is also under the mandate of NIFO. And from our education and from our series with NIFO, it is far more profitable than even oil palm. Yes, yes. Dr. Shagu will give us details on that. When I come back and when he's done with his food, we will take that session. And we are going to be, at the closing of this, we are going to be talking you into what the Coconut City project will be like. From projection, on an hectare of coconut, you can get over 10 million naira. However, the details will be given to you, and then we also can vote if we should launch the first Coconut City, because it's also under the mandate of NIFO, so it's easy to transit into. It's easy to come up with coconut plantation. Thank you. Please, I want to take a biological break, and Mr. Chris will stand in for me. I hope you will understand me. Thank you, so that this asset can keep rising.
All right, thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for him. Oh, I can see the back is clapping, the front is busy. Don't worry. Turns is in turns, okay? All right. So very quickly, I think we should take the next question. But before the next question and before the GM do get back, he's just spoken about the plantation, the coconut project, and just as we've said, then it's also under the Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm. NIFOR is also under their purview as a mandate from the government. So they also are in the research for coconut as well. And they have been doing extremely well with it. And in our visit to NIFOR, we're able to meet with experts in this industry. So please, while we are eating, while we're enjoying ourselves, let's quickly watch this very short video. While the video is coming up, I'd like to mention, please, the questions online, don't stop dropping your questions online, okay? All of these questions will be compiled, answered, and sent to each and every one of us, okay? And also, I see a lot of comments saying record this session. Please also know that the session will be recorded so that you can play to customers, to friends, to colleagues, in case you want to pass this information on or you want to get better clarity if there was anything you had missed out on. So the session will be recorded and we would be, I can see the poll going up. So the session will be recorded and we would have all of this sent to us, both on the Tribe channel and to our emails. Okay. So, media, please, are you on with the video? Very quickly, this was our visit to the Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research in Benin City. Hello? Are you good?
Specialist raising. And what we have learned today is that coconut is one of the mandates of the Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research. Wow, this is one of the most functioning institutes in Nigeria. With me, we're live at NIFOR, Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, and with me you have Dr. Ahano. He's a specialist in coconut raising. And what we have learned today is that coconut is one of the mandates in Nigeria. Raising oil palm, raising coconut, raising economic benefits to our agricultural value chain. And today with Asset Rise, we are here to create a lot of partnerships and collaboration with the Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research, because if agriculture is the way to go, then we must do it right. We must do it right from the source of research to all the soil, to everything that we have learned today. So watch out as we are unfolding and launching the Asset Rise Coconut City. You can see there at the back, Doctor has explained to us how these coconuts are raised and how they can function well to become very viable biological assets and economic trees. And we are shocked today to even know that coconut is more profitable than the palm tree. I'll give us a very practical example. On a 1 hectare of land, how many coconuts can we have, sir?
204 on a hectare.
204 on a hectare.
That's 204 pounds in a hectare.
Wow.
Then harvesting, we can have up to 100, 200 per pound.
Wow.
Then you multiply the 100 or 200 by the 204 in a particular hectare. Then, depending on your environment, the cost price for one in the market around us here is 800, 1,000. So you use that money to times the 204, then times also the number of nut harvested.
Wow.
The price, you use it to times number of pounds in an hectare.
Wow.
Then you get the exact amount.
An hectare has 204 trees, but per tree you can have up to 200 coconuts. But we are using 100 as our base calculation, and using 100 you can get, and even using a lesser selling price of 500 naira, and that's 10.2 million. So if we increase the projection, that means an hectare can give you up to 20 million naira or more, without value addition of converting to coconut water, coconut cream, coconut oil, and so many. So watch out as we are going to be developing a coconut plantation, commercial size coconut plantation in partnership with the Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research.
Thank you, and follow us through. Thank you so much, Dr. Hannah. Thank you, sir.
Just as we always say, Agric is the base, or the land that we stand on today is the foundation of the wealth in Nigeria. And if we want to start exploring this wealth well, we have to look beneath us. We don't have to look to the US, we don't have to look to China, we don't have to look to Beijing, to Malaysia. We have all the wealth that we need beneath our feet. And this is just a testament to that alone. All right. So in that, on that note, I think all our numbers are busy. Are all our numbers busy? If all our numbers are busy.
Online questions? Online? All. Okay. No, are there no more questions?
Okay, there's a question.
Number 7, just take the numbers. Call the numbers and then move progressively.
All right, number 7. Please, let's get the mic to number 7, please, for his question.
Thank you so much. Good day, everyone.
Thank you, boss.
Special thanks to the Asset Rise team.
Thank you.
I'm a subscriber and I'm also a realtor. And Asset Rise is one of the investments that give me joy and peace of mind.
Thank you.
Given that all the people that I brought in to invest, they're always saying thank you. And this encourages me. So thank you. I'm forwarding it to Asset Rise.
Thank you. 60-40
on profit. We are Africans. We don't pray for anything bad to happen. So we're always very optimistic. What are the measures Asset Rise has put in place to handle rare cases of losses? Because 60-40 is on profit. There's no 60-40 on losses. So how is Asset Rise handling losses? Especially when there are incidences of loans and interest to be paid. What are the shock absorbers you have put in place? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think there can be no profit without the operations, and the operation would definitely lead to the revenue. However, in the incident that there are no fruits to harvest and profit is affected, like we have said here today, you will be reported to before time. So I'm not boldly saying to you that there are no risks in the projects. We have identified that. Number 2, we have identified that we are not guaranteeing you the returns. They are based on market prices. However, the project is very profitable and proven by an institution that is over 87 years across diverse projects. And we have seen the biggest market players, the Okumu, the NIFOR, and the rest of them. So profits may be affected maybe because of seasonal concerns or climate, but definitely whatever it is per time, you will be informed ahead. And not just informed. That's why we are now bringing third party to you. Our CFO, we call it Eye of Moscow. We are now bringing Eye of Moscow to tell you that it is not just what Asset Right tells you. There is a regulated body that can do all this on your behalf. So you don't assume that Asset Rise will make profit and keep it and then come back to you to tell you that we have made losses. Because you are not coming to the farm, you may not be able to confirm that. But with the regulators, Either we are going with the cooperative or with the trustee. You are able to get that information directly from a structured body. I hope that answered the question, sir. Thank you. Number 8. Question number 8.
But it is busy. Would have
Question
question
number
number 9. There's a question at the back I think I missed. I
Question
didn't give
number
the
9.
person number. So, sir, please, let's have your question, please. Let's have your question, please, sir. Thank you very much. All our numbers are busy, very busy.
Thank you very much. I am Olorunfemi, and I'm so glad I'm part of this meeting today. It's been so educative. The area of compliance, we used to think that when it comes to all this regulatory body, they just want to make money for the government and make money for themselves too. So thank you for enlightening us. I want to say, please, that this asset-rise vision, to the best of my knowledge, permit me to say before I ask my question, is a very, very pure vision that is sustainable and very transgenerational indeed.
Thank you, sir.
So I believe anyone that buys into it is,
Please, let's put our hands together for that. I mean, give us our flowers.
Thank you. I believe that anyone that buys into it is storing wealth for the future generation. And I've partaken in some of the estates, like the GMD said the other time, I bought in Ibadan, and I sold it with good gain. Something around 1 point something million, and sold for 5M.
Wow.
I think.
Let's put our hands together.
That is
for
a good
that
gain.
testimony.
However, with that being said, some of my questions have been asked and answered, but there is a particular one I still want to ask. That is, sir, the risk of governments taking over a landed property. I think if by chance that happens, I believe you have taken into consideration all preventive measures.
Okay. We will answer that.
Okay, sir. I really want you to hear it, or the moderator to hear.
I get it clearly.
Okay, so if by chance it happens, 30,000 hectares of land, government acquisition in the nearest future, the interest of the government or citizens supersede any organizational or personal interest. Now, if by chance, how do we undo that? So that the loss will not be on the investor. For example, somebody having like 10 hectares in a particular region that the government takes over. So how do we undo such? Thank you very much.
Wow, Pastor, that was a hard question. A very heavy one. Seed all interest. And we have government in this place. And just like one of the government persons spoke about, take the the Lagos-Calabar Express Road project, for example. We are in real estate in generality. We do residentials. We have a lot of residential projects. And my colleagues in the industry, there's a lot of contention ongoing right now on the Lagos-Calabar Express Road. Some projects have C of O, clearly with C of O. The road is passing that place, and there is nothing you can do. In this case, it is very tough to say, how do we protect you? It will be an obvious case to everyone. If government wakes up tomorrow and says a train station is passing this place, because it was not planned before, and now we are planning it now. So there are two areas to government projects. Number one is acquisitions. There are lands that have been designated for no purchase. because they are designated for future government uses. Sir, is that correct, sir? So when we are buying, we look out for such clauses. So we do not buy land that is under government acquisition. Number two, land that is in a place where you can regularize. So we have committed acquisition and we have just acquisition. If it is a committed acquisition, forget about it. There is nothing you are going to do about it. If it's in an area where you can regularize, like Ekpe now, there's issues in Ekpe, but some areas the government is permitting regularization. So you go to the government and regularize for your use. But in a situation where the government now says, see, we just gained this vision, and we see that in 10 minutes, you can travel from Lagos to Ondo State, and this road have to pass through this land. There's nothing we can do, sir. We have to submit to the interest of the government. However, we will take this as a technical report to the board, and then we will come back with a feedback. But as at date, it is a major risk that we don't know how to solve. We must disclose that to you. The only areas where we have solved that ahead is to avoid buying land under acquisition. We do not buy land under government acquisition. We do not buy land in areas that, sir? Even with your global CFO, sir. Forget it. Yes, sir. Sir, even with global CFO, I have colleagues, it does not solve the problem. So I have colleagues who have CFO in the Lagos Calabar Express Road. Till tomorrow, they are not being compensated. So, definitely. Yes, definitely. We know of that risk. So what the other area where we can think of this risk from are forums like this. If challenges of such happen, we will call for the tribe. That's why the tribe is for ownership. It's not for contention. We have said over time, we are not in business to argue with our customers. We are not in business to go to court with our customers. We're in business to build relationship and satisfy you. However, there must be mutual understanding at all points. So if government said they are doing a project, and then you are saying clearly that when we bought this place, we have charted it, the result is with us, that this place is not under commission, it's not under committed or under government acquisition. And then government is saying they will have to do the project here. I can't fight the government. But like I said, this is a technical feedback. We will give you a technical answer from the board. Thank you.
Thank you
very
much.
Thank you.
Okay.
One of our board members.
Contribution, please.
Just to buttress what the GMD has just said.
Thank you, sir.
I bought a land in Abidjan.
Thank you, sir.
In 2010. Government sold it for 7.5 million with C of O. Up till now, I've not been able to claim my land. The Omoile just came and they just, and when we agreed, they said government refused to pay them. Government has not compensated them. So why should we? In fact, they killed somebody. One of us, they killed somebody there before we now just abandon the place. Up till now, government has not done anything. 7.5 million. 2010.
Thank you. Thank you. So there are inherent risks that are Nigeria risk. It's not asset rise risk. But when it happens, we don't pray for it to happen. One of the areas where government have a very good soft spot is agriculture. Agriculture. And we don't think of an area that has been designated already. Then the government comes up and says, let's clear out all the plantation. If that will happen, there will be compensation, definitely. However, we pray that if that is going to happen in the farther future, you should have made your money times 100 from the place. And that is why you are doing plantation. So you start earning back. Imagine you bought a land. Your value has been stocked for over 10 years, and government takes over the land. There is no compensation. But if you buy Palmrich from the third year, you start having compensation before government compensates you. so that is a marketing miss for us. Thank you.
Please, let's put our hands together. We are fighting for oil. What of Agbado? All right. Is there any other question? Any other question? Or should I go to the live chats?
Okay, let's quickly take the live charts and then we
All
can
right,
wrap
let
up.
me quickly take
and
the
then we'll come
live
to
chat
my
question.
and
Very importantly also, just as our advisor to the board said, it is very important that we disclose all risk to you, the investors. Very, very important. And that is why conversations like this are very, very necessary and very important. Okay? So, we are not doing it because, or we are not trying to hide anything from you, because it's better we are able to mitigate them now. It's better we're able to discuss them now. And into the future, there's understanding if a situation like this arises. We understand that we've put clarity to it. And also, just as the JMD has said as well, it is an ownership project. It's not a buy and abandon. You have the right to question. You have the right to understand what is going on in your project, what the future of your project is. And I'll tell you this very clearly, learning from some of our major stakeholders I've seen. We have stakeholders who call in almost every month to give a new idea, a new innovation. How about we go this way? What happens if this happens? These are responsibilities that you, the landlord, owe to us to say, what are you doing against this? What are you doing, or what are you putting in place for this? That is how to take ownership. It's not until Asset Rise says, NIMET has done this. Because whether you like it or not, owning an oil palm, you can boldly say anywhere you are a farmer. You can boldly say anywhere that you are a farmer. And when they look at you with your suit and tie, everyone will want to be a farmer. So when you say this, that you're a farmer, do you even know the reports from NIME telling you what the weather would be like for the year? Because this directly affects your plantation. We need to take ownership of the project to be able to understand what the future holds for us. There's nobody seated here today that does not know what they will be doing by the end of today, or where they will be by the end of today. It's the same thing with our future. It's the same thing with our investment. If you are investing without knowing what the possible outcome of it would be, I think you should rethink that your investment. Because the purpose for any investment is a positive outcome, right? A positive end result for every investment. So let me move very quickly to some of the questions we have online. I know some new questions must have dropped. Let me get there very quickly. I think the online people are very satisfied as well.
Thank you.
But if we have any question, okay, I can see a hand. I can see a hand.
I'll speak to the SPV and then Coconut City.
All right. I was about to ask a question on the SPV because I saw a question here. So the question says, and this person is saying it with so much joy and pride. The question says, everyone is talking about 60-40. I own an SPV and I am doing 70-30. Okay. I want to speak to that, please.
Okay. So we have created also further flexibilities for those who want to become big stakeholders. Because the bigger volume you do, the more risk you are taking and the more returns you should have. The bigger volume you do, the more risk you are taking. Because investment is about risk. And then the bigger, so we have created a flexibility on the profits, the service fee to say, because I'm going to speak to that. We are transitioning from using the word profit sharing to using service fee. And that is as advised by our technical advisor, who is also an ex-director general with the Security and Exchange Commission. Because we do not have a license with SEC, we cannot continue using the word profit sharing. However, it does not remove any value from you. It does not remove the 40% going to you. It's just a language change. Hey. Okay, now I understand better. The 60% is the end of communication. So, if you are doing an SPV, what do we mean by SPV? You are coming to say you want to own more. We have created a window for a special purpose vehicle, and it works in 3 ways. Number 1, you can have a family SPV. You are buying a 50 hectares or a 20 hectares, and then you are registering a company to own it. And then the company is the one buying the plantation to own. And then you are putting your children as the shareholders. A strategic plan to settle your family. Sorry, water in that place? Do you know water? Someone was coughing? Okay, thank you, sir. So you register, and then you can boldly say your family owns an agricultural company, right? What are the benefits? If the government is throwing any incentives out for companies who operate agriculture or whatever, you are due to get those incentives. And also, with the new tax law, you have a lot of tax exemption if you own an agric company. So we encourage you that don't just own plantations here and there. Bring them together, own an agric company, and put all your stake into one portfolio. It pays you better in value. Either you are getting both local and foreign supports. Number 2, we then say, if you are owning this much, we will reduce the sharing to 70-30. So your company takes 70%, then Asset Rise take 30% because you are taking more risk. I think you should clap for Asset Rise. So I know a lot of us don't want to hear that sharing reducing. So SPVs are structures that will encourage you to own more. The number 3 part of the SPV is that for organizations, for example, Asset Rise has 115 staffs plus. So we are proud to say that everyone in this room is paying salaries for some persons, creating jobs for some persons. 115, permanent staffs and over 5,000 consultants who earns very good rates. And then we have, I can't even count the numbers of ad hoc staffs. Only in Ewekoro alone, you have over 100 people who are clearing a loan. So we are providing a lot of employment for these people. So for the SPV in your company, for example, AG Mortgage Bank PLC, our MD can decide to say, everybody in this bank, I am very concerned about your future. So come together, let's buy 1,000 acres, and we will give you 1 acre each because you have been here for 5 years. Instead of waiting for their pension, that is a hallmark of compensation for them. While they are working with you, their asset is what? Rising. And maybe in the 10th year, that land that you bought for 450,000, that your staff already own an asset that is valued at over 10 million. Will that staff want to resign without no reason? The staff future is secured. So we have created a model for companies who want to come together, create an SPV, and own it. And then you can benefit all your staff. So we're saying openly, you can migrate to an SPV today. A lot of us have done that. And then you own the company. We will do the registrations. We partner with a law firm. You don't need to go to CAC to do anything. Our partnering law firm will do the registrations for you, do the filings, all that they need to do for you, and submit to you a company name that is an agri company name. Okay? Sir?
50 hectares.
Okay, the cap, you can go above 50. As much as you can. Minimum, yes. Minimum is 20. In some estate, 10.
Yeah, 10 acres.
In some estate, for example, in phase 9.
Phase 9.
Phase 9 already have a C of O. Yes, sir. You can measure them. You can measure them. So we are also thinking of a better way to make sure that you don't just own lands scattered, bring them together into a company, and then put a structure around them. So you can proudly own an agri company, and definitely you can begin to grow that agri company to even owning 1,000 acres in the future. Please, sir. Yes, sir.
I already have a company.
Register?
Which I'm operating on.
Okay.
So what happens? Do I need to migrate that to what you do now?
No, you can simply submit that company, and then the lawyers will migrate. Since is it registered as an agri company?
No, it's not registered as an agri company. It's a family business, limited liability company.
Okay.
And all my investments I've been doing in that company name.
Okay.
So for its asset rights, so it's same business name I use.
Okay.
So I don't know how that will now work with your own process.
Okay, so for the sake of time and also beyond my pay grade, we have a lawyer dedicated to this desk. And then the lawyer will attend to you specially, sir.
Okay.
On that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so the SPV is clear? Okay.
Okay, question?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
It's been a pleasure being here.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to ask a question someone asked me. But, we have our different projects. We have Ibadan, we have Adodo, we have this, we have that. Now, what if Ibadan or Adodo did not produce well and Ibadan produced better? Is my 60% going to be on Adodo or on the global
plantation? Thank you. I heard Lobaton. Okay, that has to do with structuring also, and that's why we have said, see, you need to, beyond the money you are paying, you just need to understand how it works. Because if you don't understand how it works, please do not put your money. So it will be a lot of misalignments to use Ibadan money to pay Adodo. We will never do that. And that's why Ibadan has their own forum. As we are seated here now, all the estates have their own WhatsApps. That there is now a global tribe where everybody joins. For the people in Ibadan, the numbers of acres in Ibadan is already capped. So Ibadan is reported as Ibadan. Adodo is reported as Adodo. So the losses in Adodo will not be transferred to Ibadan. And then the surplus in Ibadan will not be transferred to Adodo. Every estate has their own structure designed.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. So just as you said, structure is very, very important. And beyond structure, because a good company can have good structure, but misalignment, when a customer has misalignment, that's where a customer can pull a good company down. So it's very important that you as the landlord, you understand what you're keying into. I learned very early from Mr. Shegun here. Mr. Shegun will tell you, if you cannot replicate something here, somewhere else, you don't understand it, then it means it does not exist. It means it is not real. If you cannot see a model here and replicate it somewhere else, someone tells you, bring 500,000, you get 5 million at the end. And there's no instrument to show you what this is doing and what that is doing. It does not exist. So it is very important you understand every step of what you do. So we'll take just one more question, please. One more question. One more question, please. Okay.
Can I take the lady?
There's one of our numbers has been very busy, but now she's no longer busy. So please, what we'll do is, please write your question down. We have a lot of, please, and something very important I want to say. Everything that the group managing director is saying here is what every other staff of Asset Rise will tell you. To let you know there's an alignment in vision, okay? So please, we might not always see the group managing director. Every other person is available to answer all of these questions, all right? So please, we'll just take one more question, because just like we said in the beginning, we'll be launching.
So let's document all the questions.
just like we have always done in recent forums. We will answer all of them and put the answers and the questions on the Palmrich tribe, so you can have access to it. Also, this is recorded.
Yes, it is.
It will also be published on papers that we have this forum for the purpose of accountability. And it's intentional that everything that we have communicated to you now, that is our standing, we will publish it. So that in the future, nobody comes from outside to disrupt us. Very, very important. And we made bold to say that because if there is any disruption, it does not only affect Asset Rise, it affects you. So together we are saying that whatever we have agreed today, we will all stand with it to work. And that's why we are having this forum. So for the purpose of time, let's take all those questions.
All right.
Put them on the platform. And everything that have happened here, we'll put them on the platform. And we encourage everybody to listen to it over and over again.
Yes,
please. Should you have any cause to say, this is not my understanding, please reach out to us. Yeah. And then we can plan an exit for you. If your understanding does not align with what we have said here, it means that one salesperson there would have told you what you do not want to do. However, you have done what you do not want to do, and now you want to exit. You have the freedom to exit, because we do not want disruption in the future. And that is why we are having this forum. Thank you. Let's take the questions together. Why Mr. Shegun, Dr. Shegun will talk about the Coconut City, and then we can begin to close because of time.
Yes, sir. But very, very quickly, we've mentioned the My Assets Vault.
Okay.
And I've walked around and I see a lot of people downloaded it already, and they're wondering how to navigate. So please, IT, can you help me? There's someone who's going to do a presentation on the My Assets Vault. It is very important because I know I went around and I saw some persons downloading and trying to understand how to move around it. IT, please, Hakeem, please,
Thank
if
you.
you're ready.
So while the My Asset Vault is getting ready, we will take the Coconut City presentation.
Definitely.
Because we want to wind out. So while Hakeem is getting ready to present on what My Asset Vault is all about. So I think, Hakeem, be fast about that. So we're going to have a chat with Dr. Gold. I will mind that chat because of time.
All right.
I mean, Dr. Shegun. So just pass the mic. Okay, his mic, right? Okay. So thank you so much for your time, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
And once again, let me...
Agricultural Extension and Economics Department.
Economics Department.
9-4.
9-4.
Yeah.
And he has spent... I'm very particular about those years.
I said I've taken part of the 87 years of existence of NIFO. I've taken 35 years.
35 good
out
years
of it.
In NIFO.
So I've always free. All right, so that is what I do, and that's what I specialize in. All right, so that is. I had somebody talking about variations in production based on location. Okay, that is possible, but it can't be losses, except the right things are not done. A particular area may produce more than the other, and that is a natural thing, maybe because of the soil and all that. But the soils can be managed in such a way that the differences will not be too much. So when you say losses, I don't think we should think about that at all, except we are not doing what we are supposed to do. And I know that will not be because based on the MOU signed, the collaboration is strong, and we will ensure that you don't have such sharp differences in productions. All right, that is number one. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So that's also an emphasis on the assurance that we are committed to doing the right thing. Signing an MOU with NIFO is an assurance that we are committed to doing the right thing. And then the board of Asset Rise will enforce that we only do the right thing. Thank you. So we want to speak to other areas that NIFO has engaged on. Like he has said to us, 35 years in NIFO is not moi, and his expertise cuts across oil palm, coconut plantation, raffia, date palm,
and the shea tree.
And shea butter tree, the same shea butter tree. I was shocked to also know that the date palm
is times 5 more profitable than the oil palm.
Yeah, but it thrives better in the north.
It thrives better in the north.
Yes.
So for our brothers in the north, any project that you are expecting is not oil palm, it's date palm. But here in the south also, one very good product that we can launch is the coconut plantation.
Yeah.
And we are not going to launch that by guessing. We're going to launch that in collaboration with NIFO. So please, sir, kindly share to us the insights about coconut plantation.
Well, unlike the oil palm, setting up a coconut plantation is a little bit more tricky.
Okay.
One, it's more expensive to establish. More expensive because coconut at the tender age requires a lot of attention. Oil palm is a very hardy crop. Even if fire enters oil palm plantation, in no time it will recover, no matter how intensive that fire could be.
Wow.
All right, that is a very hardy crop and very naturally adapted to our natural environment here. But for the coconuts, once established, you are good to go. But that tender age, it requires a lot of attention. Even the planting methodology for coconuts is different. But from 1 hectare, depending on because there are 2 major varieties of the coconut. You have the dwarf variety and you have the tall variety. So the cross between the tall variety and the short dwarf variety is what we call the hybrid. All right, which is very good too. But the dwarf variety again can be of different forms based on the color of the fruits when they are not ripe. All right, we have the dwarf green, we have the dwarf red, you have the dwarf yellow, you have the dwarf orange, different colors. When you plant them, if you are very familiar with them, when you plant them in your compound, when they are not ripe, it carries different colors. That is what we use to differentiate the different forms of the coconut palm. All right, and based on, we always recommend that if you want to go on commercial plantation of the coconut, you either use the tall variety or you use the hybrid variety. Or in many occasions, we encourage you to have multiples, all of these varieties on your farm. Okay? The beauty about the coconut is that you don't even need to process it to make your money. When it is ripe, depending on the variety, it can give you between 100 and 200 to 240 nuts from 1 palm in 1 year.
Wow, 100 to 200.
240.
240.
Yeah,
wow.
From only 1 coconut palm, depending on the variety. And just like you said, when you made your calculation, I was looking at you. Because if you put it at 100
yes,
per palm, and then you multiply that 100 by, let's say, 1,000 naira for 1 coconut, and then multiply it by average, let's say 200 coconut trees on your
1 hectare.
On 1 hectare, we should be talking about 20 million, not 10 million.
Wow.
Yes, we'll be talking about 20 million. But like I said, it is more difficult to establish coconut plantation than the oil palm, and it is more expensive. You know, because the cost of seedling, very good seedling for coconuts is a lot higher than the cost of 1 palm tree. And that is because if you want to raise the nursery, you collect the nuts. You can have like about 100 nuts. Definitely, there's no way you can have all those 100 nuts germinating. You have between 60 and maybe about 75%. All the others will be losses. You get what I mean? So that's why I say it's a little bit more tricky than the oil palm. But if you can get it done and get it done properly, it's more profitable, just like you said. And you don't need to even have a processing equipment.
Wow.
However, you can still process coconut into various products. You have the coconut oil, you have the coconut flakes, you have the coconut powder, you have the coconut milk, you have the coconut powder. You know, all this, when you look at it, when you add value, it gives you a lot of money. Coconut oil is a special oil that is used for various things. You know, it can be black, it can be clean, it can be even transparent, depending on how you process it. Okay, so all coconut has a lot of value too in terms of value-added products. Okay, so generally I think that's just what I will tell you for now on coconut. But like I said, if you want to go into it, it is more expensive to establish and more delicate than the oil palm.
Thank you so much. So now, just like our auntie who gave us 50% said, you are my special friend. You are changing the goalpost now. Okay. The only thing I heard is 50%. Okay. So now it is better that you have this understanding. So when you see anybody promoting coconut out there, it forms your mind. First, it is more riskier than palm. So if you are making that decision, you know you are taking a more risk. And why are you taking a more risk? It is more profitable than palms. So let me put it to us. Do you want to have a coconut plantation? Hello, Asset Rise, Choma, are you with me? So if you are voting that we should have a coconut plantation, we'll put out the vote on the tribe, and then also we will submit that vote to the board to make a decision if we should go ahead. Because one thing that is very more important to us is that we should consider the risk. So one of the things that you're going to be signing on is that I understand the risk. However, we will do it professionally. We will do it professionally. NIFA will be 100% raise nursery by ourselves. $1 million from an hectare. Far more profitable. So wash out on an hectare, yes. And on 1 hectare.
The gestation period
is a
little bit longer too.
God bless you. Okay. Gestation is about 6 years.
No, depending on the variety.
Okay.
It could be between 4 and 6 years. Like the 12 variety takes a minimum of 6 years to start fruiting. But once it starts fruiting, once it starts fruiting, the sky will be the limit. The only thing is that waiting period, that gestation period. It's applicable to oil palm too.
Oil palm also, the peak period is from the 6th year.
Yes, so
you're going to start earning from the 3rd year, but the 6th year is the peak period.
What is there is that the most important thing we strive for is for us to do it properly. Because once you do it properly, you will benefit. I heard you saying 30 years. The oil palm can fruit continuously for 70, 75 years. But
did you hear that?
We are talking about the peak period of production. All right? By the time it gets to about 8, 9 years, you get to the peak period. And it continues like that for about 30 years, after which gradually production will start diminishing. Gradually, it's not that it will diminish. So production continues. But for bigger seeds like Okomo, like Presco, after about 30 years, they cut them down and replant. Because there's a lot of money in the oil palm business. Okay?
And that takes my attention also.
Yeah.
So for Ibadan, our palms are grown. So it will come to a time we will evaluate and cut down the trees. Are we together? Hello? And we plant. But also, cutting down the trees is also money.
It's also money, yes.
We will make money from cutting the trees. Yes. But before we cut the trees, we will have planted the ones that will grow over them, right?
Yes.
And take over them. Yes. So you may not lose that timeline. Because we will make sure that before we cut down the trees, other ones are already growing up to take over the plant. So it's a long-term transgenerational project.
Yes.
And that is why we should be involved and take ownership stand. Yes. I hope clarity is established. We will put out the debate on the Coconut City. And then once our vote comes in, we're going to be piloting the first Coconut City. And once the board approves it, we will bring it to you to own. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shegun.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solomon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for them. That was very insightful. Thank you very much, sir. So, very quickly before we move on, KSF 61HJ, CRV Honda, wine color. Please repark. All right, moving on. Hakeem, IT, please, are you ready for your presentation?
So please, kindly be patient. We will be done with the IT presentation in no time. The IT presentation is a huge benefit to us. It is the My Asset Vault. You can download the app, interact with the app, and more importantly, you will benefit from the BNPL. So Hakeem, can you run up the stage?
Hakeem, please help us. And before Hakeem gets here and starts his presentation, let me just quickly answer this question. Do I need to inform Asset Rise Company before visiting my land after allocation, since it is managed by the company? Of course, like we mentioned, it is your land. You can visit at any time. But then, if you would like to go into the estate, because questions today that we had were around security, right? And as much as we want security, right? Those armed men in our estates do not know you. So that would be the only reason why you might need to reach out to Asset Rise. Okay. Of course, we have.
Within the screen.
Of course, we have site managers, so they can, of course, help you navigate even to where your land is, if need be. So, of course, it is your land, but just for security reasons, just inform Asset Rise. Thank you very much. Please, Hakeem, are you ready? Okay, it's coming on. It's coming on. Another question just before. Can I split my hectare, which is 15 plots, into 3 different places? Can you split it? Can I split
The question
it?
now is that, can you split your contract into 3 different places? You already have a contract.
Okay.
You cannot split it.
You
bought into Adodo, not Ewekoro, and not Ibadan. So you cannot split it. And the prices are different.
Okay, in the same location.
Okay,
you want to split it. 3 different people. So what you need to do, you want to share it to 3 in different places. Okay, you currently own into Ewekoro, so you want to own 3 here, 3 in another location, 3 in another location. Oh, all should not be in one place. Okay, you want different neighbors. You want to be in different blocks. Let me put it that way. You want to be in different blocks. So it means you want us to allocate you 3 times in one estate.
It's possible.
It's possible.
You will pay 3 different times.
Yes. Because you are having 3 different contracts.
Having 3 different contracts.
You're having 3 different contracts. 3 different surveys, which of course we've always mentioned is not from us. So you need 3 different surveys, and your surveys gives you your coordinates to the exact precise location where your land is.
It's possible. You can meet up with one of our advisors at the back, meet up with Choma, and then she can structure you how it's more possible. So Akim, let's have you.
Okay, are you ready? Yep.
You can start while the screen is coming up.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope we are not too tired from this impactful session, interactive session. So I'll start with the tribe, because my asset vault is the core focus is for the tribe members, and we want to improve this current system we have with you. We want you to be able to have easy access to your portfolio. We know that it can be cumbersome. Instead of you like making calls to us, I want to know the stage of my plantation. I want to know this. I want to know that. From the comfort of your home, all you just need to do is download the app, see the assets you own with us, see the current state, the current ROI. We also have plans in terms of allowing you to see the status of your ROI year by year. Now, for my asset vault, we are not just looking at you managing your portfolio. We want you to use your portfolio to be able to access amazing opportunities in terms of getting products, accessories, be it lifestyle lifestyle opportunities, which is why we came up with the BNPL. The BNPL allows you to buy products on the platform using your assets as a backing for us. You have your assets, right? Come on the platform. You need the latest iPhone. You need the latest laptop. It's easy. You just download the app. You sign up, right? Your what's it called? Your assets. You've seen the value of your assets are basically showing there. It's easy for you to say, okay, this is what I have. I need to get this item for this purpose. And the payment is very flexible again. You are paying back flexibly basically, with little interest, as low as 3% on a monthly basis, right? Very, very flexible. All you just need to do is download the app. So for all tribe members, basically, we want you to download the app. We also want to have all your portfolios on the platform. So that's like our call to action from us. Let's all download the app. Let's give our feedback. Let's use the buy now, pay later feature. And another feature that we have for you as a tribe member, you can easily sell your assets to another member. You just put it up for sale on the platform. Another member sees it and they acquire. We just handle the whole changes behind the scene for you in terms of, and you get your funds instantly on the same platform. You withdraw to your bank as well too. Those are the opportunities, the flexible system that we have created for you. You can use our system to also do the bills payments. You can also use it to send money. We want to create an ease for you as a landlord. Be in your home, log on to the app. I own this. I want to see my assets. I want to see what I can do with my assets. I need this item, this new item. I need this new gadget. I want to see what I can do or what opportunities, what value I can get from this particular assets I have with me. All you have to do is just be on the platform. You download. So we would also be sharing on the tribe community. We'll be sharing the process of how to do that. If you have any questions as well, you put it on the community. You get across to us, and we give you everything you need or information you need to do this. So as I said earlier, we want you to download the platform. We want you to log in on the platform. We want you to give us your feedback. We would also want you to be able to see your portfolios. We want you to be able to transact. We want you to be able to use those portfolios you have to get any form of gadgets. You get going as far as cars. And one of the beautiful ways we've been able to achieve this is by partnering with Adepleasure, which is a asset financing company. They would be the one backing us to provide these items for you with ease, with convenience. All you just need to do is access it from the comfort of your home, directly from the app, and only one solution for you as a tribe member. So that's a benefit for our tribe members. And another thing is we would sorry, please, can you go up? Media. Yes, sir. Okay. Please go down. All right. So, as I said earlier, we have a peer-to-peer section. As a landlord, you can put up your land for sale. You put it at the current value price. Every other landlord sees it, and they are interested in it. They can easily buy a piece of what you have. You get the funds instantly on the same platform. So those are the easy steps and processes we created on the platform for you. You don't need to do anything, leave your home before you make any decision. You can do this on the platform. So I would like to round up here. If you have any questions, please kindly drop it on the platform. That's the WhatsApp community, and we'll get in touch with you. If you have questions regarding BNPL, okay. Okay, yes, so 3% per month, 3% per month, 3% per month. My asset vault, please, okay. My asset vault. Yes, so a referral code is an optional. So if you have someone that you want to put in a referral code, that's your choice. But if you don't, you can easily just download. It's optional.
Okay.
It's optional, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. For the purpose of time, we are going to make sure that this is on the platform. You can interact with it. Yes. You can interact with it on the platform. And, okay. There's a car, KSF 61HJ, a CRV Honda. CRV Honda KSF 61J. Okay, thank you. So we have come to a gradual ending of this program, and we are going to be inviting the chairman of Asset Rise Holdings to take the closing remark. While he steps to the podium, are we together, please? Please, can we appreciate our chairman as a comfort? An adage used to say that a son that wants to fly farther must stay on the shoulder of his father. So we have fathers who are who are helping us to get it right so that we don't become another Nigerian story. And we pray that that will not be our story. Thank you so much, sir. So I quickly want to read something. I quickly want to read out something that you can take. You can see it, sir. I quickly want to read out something. So on this note, before we have the chairman, please, media, focus on this, focus on what I'm reading. Distinguished stakeholders, members of the Palmrich community, strategic partners, and representatives of Asset Rise, thank you for being a part of the final moment in the revolution of Palmrich. Today is not an announcement. It is a strategic alignment. It is a necessary conversation about structure, clarity, and the long-term protection of system we have collectively built. And we have been able to demonstrate to you that we have real assets, real agricultural operations, and real long-term economic potential. But growth at this scale also introduces complexity, and we have been able to explain to you the complexity and the risks that are involved also. And together, we have come to the understanding that, number one, Palmrich is not a debt model. Number two, there is no borrowing relationship. Number three, returns are not fixed. Returns are not fixed. Number four, returns are not fixed and they are flexible. Projections are based on market performance and best agronomic practices and commodity pricing. The economic structure of 60-40 profit sharing with future be translated into a service fee, but it still remains the way it is at 60-40, waiting for the board decision and also any contention on the Palmrich tribe. But as it stands, 60% goes to the landlords and 40% comes to Asset Rise net profit. And we have been able to establish why Asset Rise should take 40%, and both online and offline, you can agree with me, or you have agreed with us, that Asset Rise should take 40%. True or false? True or false? Thank you. So, we have clearly also set the operational model in place from cultivation, processing infrastructure, and all partnerships that we have on board from NIFOR to Nigeria Society of Engineers and to all stakeholders, including the cooperative model and CIDROS that will be depended upon and agreed by the board as the way forward on this project. And on this note, we are asking 3 things from you. That please engage deeply with the structure so you can understand. Number 2, alignment, operate with unified information. Number 3, support the system to grow. And with this, we can achieve governance that will protect every one of us. We can achieve accountability. We can achieve transparency. This is not about taking anything away from you. It is about building a structure strong enough to protect you and what you have invested in. Palmrich has reached an inflection point where this clarity is a must, and stakeholders must migrate to become major participants in our decision making. On this note, I will hand over to the board chairman of Asset Rise Holdings as he closes the meeting with his remarks. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And I must say thank you again. It is very unusual to have this number of Nigerians on one forum and retain close to 90% of the same persons that started the program at the end of the program. So can we just clap ourselves for... It shows the validity and the utility of this forum for all of us that attended. This is essentially a tribe assembly. It is not the totality of Asset Rise Holdings platform. And so seeing this number of persons just on one assembly, just one tribe, is an indication of the way the entity you belong to, the company that is supporting the entity you belong to, is moving. So what have we done in Asset Rise? We've set up a holding company to bring together all the entities that operate under that trade name. We've given it one of the strongest governance structures you can think of. I think we need to celebrate the GMD and his team for doing that. And this team of directors are committed to ensuring that all investors in all areas of operations of Asset Rise are protected. No wonder you have a mix of business people, you have a mix of regulators, you have a mix of financiers, so that at the end of the day, the investor is protected. All of us who are directors, who have something to do with the governance structure of Asset Rise, came here just to do one thing. One thing, just one thing. To listen. Or I can just add the second thing, to take notes. We just came to listen and to take notes, to ensure that we act within the context of the needs of our customers. If we didn't do that, we won't be representing you well. We didn't want to stay away and afar only to listen to what management tells us. That may not be the complete story. And so the reason we are here is to hear from you directly and to reflect on those things that we have heard and the things also we have heard from management to come up with decisions that will satisfy all parties, particularly from the regulatory perspective. I'm not sure if the company secretary of Asset Rise Holdings was introduced. Tony is here. Tony, were you introduced? Okay, that's good. That's good. So, we'll be having this kind of forum from time to time. We encourage it. We will not be telling you stories, third-party stories. The board had also asked that they are taking to each and every one of these investments so that they can see for themselves what management is saying to them and what they can tell and the value they can bring to add to the investment of the people who had trusted the company. You know, I almost said the bank. Who had trusted the company to make these investments and to make the company happen. Without you, there is no Asset Rise. I hope you understand that. You are the Asset Rise we see. Management is only there to take care of your investments. So thank you very much for coming. What we do promise to you is that we'll protect your investment, is that we'll represent you, is that we'll also endeavor to give you returns that will make you smile. God bless you. Chidera, come and write now. Okay, right. I give a closing remark. Declaring it closed is another matter. But since I've been asked to declare it closed, I declare it closed. Well done. Thank you for coming. God bless you. God bless you. Let's pray according to our conscience, pray according to your faith, and the Lord will lead you safely to your destinations. Amen. God bless.